Fox Sports.
We are Blackmore. We are Sunforce.
Everyone who puts on a uniform dreams of playing in October. They dream of being world champions. After a frustrating 1-8 start, it appeared that Tampa Bay's dreams would end early. But the Rays never quit. They never stopped believing. And now, with the Rays and Red Sox tied on the season's final day, Tampa Bay needs one win. One win to ensure that their postseason dreams stay alive for another day. The Rays have wiped out a 9-game deficit in the wild card race in the month of September. And tonight, they will take on the New York Yankees, trying to sweep New York and move ahead of the Boston Red Sox, who play tonight in Baltimore. Rays trying to keep the pressure on the Red Sox. Hi again, everyone, and welcome to an evening of Rays baseball with Ryan Anderson and Todd Callis. I'm Dwayne Stats. Great to have you aboard. Well, the Rays have had a great month of September. They have indeed kept the pressure on the Boston Red Sox. And there are a number of things could happen tonight as we break out this final day of the regular season.
Yeah, and I'll make it real simple for you. Here's what is going to go down. Rays win, Red Sox lose, Rays are in the playoffs. If both teams match each other, there'll be a one-game playoff tomorrow afternoon here at Tropicana Field. The other scenario is not an option. Dwayne, back to you.
Thank you very much. On the mound tonight, David Price for the Rays, a young left-hander who apparently loves the spotlight because he's right in the middle of it again here at Tropicana Field tonight.
Well, if you're a competitor, you live for these kind of moments. I mean, this is a biggest Rays game, regular season game, maybe in their history. David Price, who thrives on the big stage. You know, this has been a season that, to David Price's standards, has been disappointing. Well, you can right a lot of those wrongs in tonight's ball game. He's going to get that opportunity against the New York Yankees to go out and pitch his team to victory and on to the playoffs. And, you know, he's had 4 starts against the Yankees this year. The last 2, he's thrown the ball very well against this Yankee lineup. Has given up just 3 earned runs in his last 15 and a third innings pitched against the New York Yankees.
Good to see a smile on the face of Casey Kochman. He's back and in the lineup tonight. Rays taking on the Yankees. Todd Callis will be back. We'll take a look and hear from some of the Rays players.
163. Evan Longoria and the boys gathered 7.5 months ago in Port Charlotte, Florida. They did not want to say goodbye at the end of this night. The options are play a game 163, say goodbye, or pop the champagne. And for BJ Upton, like Brian Anderson, there's really no option 3. They don't want to even think about going home tonight.
I'm worried about one thing: celebrating. That's the only thing that's on our mind right now. We're not really planning on losing. Of course, there's that possibility, but we plan on celebrating or either coming in for another one tomorrow.
Well, it's exciting, man. It's really exciting. I told my wife that we were packing, to go home like two weeks ago. And now it's like, hey, stop that. We don't go anywhere. I want to be in the postseason and see how far we go. Maybe World Series, maybe World Champions, who knows? But I'm really excited about it.
Any time you go to the postseason, you have that chance to be crowned the champion at the end of the year. And there's no feeling quite like that. That's why we started playing this game when we were young, and you want to get as many as you can.
Rays trying for the biggest September comeback in the history of the major leagues, and David Price has pitched the biggest games in franchise history. He'll get another big one tonight. The Rays and the Yankees will be back with all the action, called by Dwayne Stats and Brian Anderson right after this on Sun.
Rays and the Yankees wrapping up their series. Game 162. The Rays tied with Boston for the wild card. The New York lineup has Derek Jeter leading off, followed by Curtis Granderson and Mark Teixeira, Robinson Cano, then Nick Swisher and Andrew Jones. Jesus Montero will catch. Eduardo Nunez will hit eighth and play second base. And Brandon Laird is at third. He will bat ninth.
Now taking the mound tonight for the Tampa Bay Rays, left-hander David Price will be his 34th start of the season, 12-13 record, 220 and a third innings of work. We talked about David Price loving the moment. Part of that moment is pitching in September and October. And during the course of David's career, he's almost accumulated 125 innings of work in September and October. He's 7-3 with a 2.67 in these all-important months. Take a look at the defense as it lines up behind David. In the outfield, left to right, Desmond Jennings, B.J. Upton, and Matt Joyce. Across the infield, third to first, Evan Longoria, Reed Brignac, Ben Zobrist, and Casey Kochman. Kelly Shopik once again behind the plate.
Well, Joe Madden said coming out of spring training he thought this team could win 90 games, and if it got to 90, anything could happen. Well, you know what? They have won 90, and he's right. At this point forward, anything could happen. This is the kind of team that if it gets into the postseason can really rearrange a lot of plans that people had when they have to go up against this pitching staff and a team with defense like this.
Well, that's it. It starts with the pitching staff, the defense. They don't beat themselves. They get any kind of hitting and look out.
And this club through the month of September has been loose. So here we go. The Rays taking on the New York Yankees. Derek Jeter steps in. He starts the night hitting .298. And the first pitch is a strike call, a fastball. We are underway. David Price, after the Rays' 91st victory of the year, he's 12-13. And the pitch is up. 1 ball and 1 strike. And a foul ball back by David Price, who made his big league debut in September of '08 against the Yankees up in New York. Idolized Derek Jeter, and he gave up a home run to Jeter in the 5th, which tied Jeter with Lou Gehrig for the most hits all time at the grounds of old Yankee Stadium. He faces him tonight to lead off this game, in which the Rays hope that they can put the wild card to rest with a little help from Baltimore.
And Baltimore's going to have its work cut out for it. About those career numbers of John Lester versus the Orioles.
Yeah, he's 14-0 lifetime against Baltimore. Alfredo Simon will pitch for the Orioles. And a little tap foul off Jeter's foot. So the count is still a ball and 2 strikes. Well, they have just started that game in Baltimore. The Red Sox and the Orioles, top of the first. Jeter came into the series hitting .300. .298 right now. And there is strike 3 call. He's out of there. Joe West rings him up. Strikeout number 1 for David Price.
Well, from what we've seen from David Price all season long, when he's very good with the fastball glove side, that's when he has his best outings. And that pitch right there could not have been located any better. Down and into Jeter. Plenty of velocity.
Here's Curtis Granderson. Granderson takes a quick strike. Well, Price was on the mound in 2008 when the Rays captured the American League pennant. Looper into center. That's going to drop for a base hit. Granderson is aboard, making the turn. Price was on the mound when the Rays clinched their second postseason appearance. In fact, it was a year ago today when he was pitching against Baltimore. Gave the Rays 8 scoreless innings and a 5-0 win. Now Mark Teixeira. And And the pitch to Teixeira is low. The hitter in the New York lineup tonight who's had the most success against David Price would have to be Nick Swisher, who's hitting 5th in their lineup. Teixeira takes an off-speed pitch high, a changeup, and the count is 2-0. Swisher is hitting .429, 9 out of 21 lifetime off Price with a home run. He's dealing with Teixeira right now. 2-0 pitch, lifted into left, and Desmond Jennings is there to put it away just as he hit the warning track. 2 outs with Granderson at first. Robinson Cano is the designated hitter tonight for New York, and now he's on his way to the plate.
Well, you know what would be interesting to look for tonight with David Price is the changeup usage. You remember that he had that 4-start stretch in August. Started with the Yankees on the road and Boston. He pitched the 2 ends of that road trip. There were 5 or 6 games. He pitched both ends. Pitched very effectively, and that was when he had that changeup usage at about 20%. It was a very good pitch for him. Well, since September has started, he's kind of resorted back to the old David Price for the first few months of the season.
There's Cano taking a pitch low, a fastball.
That usage has gone back down into that 9-10 percentile use rating, and he hasn't had quite the same amount of success as he had during that stretch.
His use and the way he throws that changeup, something we can get into later. There goes the runner. The pitch is down and skips away from Shopping, but Granderson, who was breaking, will have a stolen base as the count to Cano goes to 2-0. What we saw of Price, the conventional wisdom is if you throw 96, you'd like to have a changeup that might be 84, 85, a 10 or 11 mile per hour differential. But his changeup was better when it was 88 or maybe even 89, with turns out less differential than you might ordinarily expect. 2-1. But what we saw out of him when he had the large differential, it was when he slowed everything down, including his arm action.
He was tipping it.
Yeah.
I mean, he was flat out telling the hitters it was coming, and it's coming in there in the low 80s, and that's when you knew the changeup. That's not David Price's good changeup. As the miles per hour went up, the better the pitch actually got. And during that 4-start span, he was 3-1. He had a loss in there where the team was shut out, but his ERA was .87.
Foul ball, the count is 2-2, and so while the conventional wisdom is that there should be greater separation, in his case, if you watch, he was much more effective when that differential was short. So we'll see.
Yeah, the most important thing on the changeup is that it looks just like the fastball, and you have to have the arm speed. The arm speed's there, and the difference is even just small, like you're talking about. It can still be an effective pitch.
2 balls, 2 strikes to count. Granderson off second. The pitch is fouled out of play up the left field side.
Well, he's coming out tonight just challenging these New York hitters with the good fastball. And we've seen him do that. He'll come out and try to establish that pitch, kind of set the tone, and then work from there. That's what he's got in mind here.
Swing and a foul again. One hops into the stands. Another fastball.
With all these fastballs too, this is where David Price with one of those just lock you out sliders. Just instead of just one fastball after another to Cano, obviously hasn't thrown in the changeup, not comfortable with that pitch to Cano, and hasn't brought out the curveball. But if you had one of those put away sliders, send him right to the bench and end this inning.
To the runner, and the pitch to Cano. He takes a good rip at a fastball and fouls it. So it's still 2-2.
Yeah, and see, what we've seen is just one after the other.
Came a little closer the timing this one, it was in enough that gave him some problems.
Well, yeah, he's starting to get the timing of the fastball, the arm angle. That one, David Price was able to slip in there because of the location. It was perfectly located. Cano did a good job just to foul that pitch off, but you make a mistake with one of those and you have a chance of getting really hurt.
2, swung on and a ground ball to second, and it's bobbled by Zobrist. Granderson's going to try to score. The throw's cut off. And New York takes advantage of a miscue. Granderson scores from second on the error charged to Zobrist. So New York has a first inning run.
Well, this is just a routine ground ball, and Ben would be the first to tell you he'll make that play 99 times, should make it 100 out of 100. Nice hop for him, but the ball was able to squeeze up over the heel of the glove and get between the legs. And that's what allowed Granderson to score. Some early game nerves there.
Only the 6th error of the year charged to Zobrist, and only the 73rd error all year charged to the Rays. Nick Swisher. Pitch is low. 1 ball, no strikes. Swisher down around his feet, and a good job by Shopik to come up with that pitch to keep Cano at first base. That was not an easy pitch to handle.
Take a look at it. I know, especially when you're talking about that kind of velocity. Real easy for that ball to either get by Shopik or just ricochet over towards the Yankee dugout, give the Yankees another runner in scoring position.
(2-0). 3 balls and no strikes as Price falls way behind Swisher. We mentioned earlier, he's the guy who's had more success than any other Yankee hitter against Price. And he's swinging and fouls it down the left field side of the bullpen. That's why you couldn't just lay one in there with him up there 3-0.
Always got to be wary. Certain hitters have the green light on 3-0, especially when a guy's had success off of you. Still got to make a quality pitch.
3-1. Ball 4. So that pushes Cano up to second on the walk to Swisher.
Well, this is where David Price, take a little walk, kind of regroup. Sometimes you can get a little out of sync. You know, you figure you're getting it out of the inning with a routine ground ball to second base. It doesn't work out.
Well, and this is a situation fairly rare for Rays pitchers where the defense has gotten them into a little bit of a spot. Because the Rays defense has been great. Committed the fewest errors in the majors coming into this game, and an error has led to the first New York run, and it's extended the inning. And there's ball 1 to Jones.
Yeah, so many times this Rays defense has bailed out Rays pitchers. Well, now, pitcher's turn. Bail out your defense. You know, the run scored. Get mentally right here, make a quality pitch, get out of this inning, and let your offense go to work.
Yeah, and that's really the healthy way to look at those situations, because you're absolutely right. This defense has been so good to help pitching. And so when there is a problem that develops, that pitcher's got to step up and help the defense.
Yep. How many times they've gone after balls that were sure doubles in the gap and saved your rear end. Now you got to try to pick theirs up.
There's a strike to Jones. The count is 1-1. Andrew Jones hitting .247. He has 12 home runs. It's low and in. 2-1. Jones with just 4 lifetime hits against Price, 4 for 19, but 2 of those have been home runs. 2 men on, 2 men out, a run home. That's a strike. And we go to 2-2.
Trying to keep it close to him, keep Andrew from getting his arms extended. Perfect placement.
And a ground ball left side. Brignac gloves, throws, and it's scooped by Coxman to retire the side. 1 unearned run. We go to the bottom of the first. Rays coming in to hit. Nothing. I beg your pardon. The 1 run unearned. Tonight's Rays game presented in high definition, brought to you by H.H. Gregg. That error in the top of the first cost Price the run and 10 pitches. And we'll take a look at the Rays starting lineup. Desmond Jennings leads it off, followed by B.J. Upton and Evan Longoria. Joyce, David, and Zobrist down the middle. Casey Coxman, who had some difficulty, some chest pains last night, was scratched, is back and in the lineup, followed by Kelly Shoffick and Reed Brignac.
Rays will be facing right-hander Dellin Betances. You see what he did in his one outing this season against the Rays. 2/3 of an inning, 4 walks, hit batter.
Desmond Jennings shortens on the bat. The pitch is high. There is no score in that Baltimore-Boston game. They're moving into the top of the 2nd inning. Two and 0.
You can expect this Rays lineup to be patient. Betances against the Rays, 27 pitches, 20 balls.
Yeah, he really had trouble finding the strike zone, and he makes his first big league start here and throws a strike. 2-1.
See the second pitch according to Fox Tracks, and that pitch in the zone.
And a foul ball right back off the facing of the upper deck. 2-2.
Almost had a shot.
Yep. The 2-2. Lifted up the right field line. Swisher cutting over there in the foul territory. He makes the catch.
Now let's take a look at the Yankee defense as it lines up tonight in the outfield, left to right. Andrew Jones, Curtis Granderson, and Nick Swisher. Across the infield, third to first, Brandon Laird, Derek Jeter, Eduardo Nunez, and Mark Teixeira. Jesus Montero will be behind the plate.
Now B.J. Upton. He has put together a very solid month of September. takes a pitch inside. That pretty much coincided with the move into the second spot in the order. 347 with 5 homers and 19 runs batted in September.
He's also scored a ton of runs, stolen bases.
Now 3-0. There's an example of the Rays can be patient with Betances. He'll give them some base runners.
Man, if he gives them B.J. Upton, look for B.J. Upton to run.
And he's going to get a chance. There's ball 4. B.J. heads to first. Evan Longoria comes to the plate. Betances in 90 career starts in the minor leagues was 24 and 23 with a 344 earned run average. But he's averaged about 4.5 walks every 9 innings in his minor league career. There goes Upton, not wasting any time. The throw is late. Montero had a lot of trouble getting rid of that ball, and I don't think he would have thrown him out anyway.
No, wouldn't have mattered. Betances 6'8". You see right there, the high leg kick, just too much time. That was going to be an easy steal regardless, but you're right, Montero, little double clutch. But you knew with Betances, they're going to run like crazy.
And the pitch outside. He tried a curveball there and missed with it. Got Jennings on the foul ball up the right field line, but walked Upton on 4 pitches. He's missed on the first 2 to Longoria. Turned, but nothing doing. Nunez breaking to the bag at second. Outside. 3-0 so far. Betances has picked up where he left off when the Rays saw him up in New York, and Larry Rothschild quickly on the telephone to the bullpen. Betances walked 4 and hit a man in 2/3 of an inning in New York against the Rays. Pitch is in there for a strike. 3-1. Aaron Laffey is up in the bullpen now for New York. Yankees got an unearned run in the top half of the inning. Now we'll go to 3-2. Longoria fouling back the 3-1 pitch. Betances, 23 years old, and he walks Longoria. 2 men on with 1 out. Larry Rothschild heads to the hill. The inaugural manager here in the Devil Ray era. Now the pitching coach for the Yankees. Goes to talk with a young right-hander. Betances went to high school in Brooklyn, New York. Matt Joyce prepares to step in here. Matt hits a big home run in the 7th inning last night after Upton and Longoria had walked. Rays would settle for a repeat of that scenario here in the first inning tonight. Matt's 19th home run of the year, connecting off Soriano. after the visit to the mound. Ready to continue, and Matt Joyce settles in. There's a pitch inside, a breaking ball again. So he's having trouble throwing a strike with any pitch.
And really not a shock after what we saw last week.
It's a strike, a fastball. 1-1. Cut, a foul ball. Makes it to 1-2. Rays with an opportunity in the bottom of the first after they gave a run up to the Yankees in the top of the inning. And that's a strike call on the inside part of the plate. So he strikes out Joyce looking.
Well, he froze him with a breaking ball here. Hasn't been able to get that pitch over at all. Drops it in there right at the top of the zone. See, it kind of hangs up there. Definitely caught plate.
First pitch to Damon is high. Started him with a curveball. Swing and a miss. 1-1. Two balls and a strike. Rays with two base runners via the walk. Matanzas to the plate. Damon hits it a long way, but it's going to be well foul out of play. To take the count to 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Started to get in there with where the left-handers like it, down and in, where they just drop the head of the bat. That one tracking way too far in off the plate for Johnny to keep fair.
And Damon is called out on strikes. A curveball gets Johnny Damon. The Rays lead 2 and trail 1-0.
By Senior Vice President Mark Fernandez. Mark, what an unbelievable season, unbelievable month for the Rays, and now possibly a game 163.
Game 163, I mean, winner take all. Who could ask for more as a baseball fan? We want to make sure Rays fans know they can go online right now if they want to guarantee themselves the opportunity for that possible game. If there's any tickets left, if the game gets played, they'll be available that morning at 9 a.m. at the box office. But if somebody's really excited about the possibility, we strongly encourage them to go online right now and buy them.
Yeah, it's one of those things that may never happen again in this area with a 163rd game. It doesn't happen often, and RaysBaseball.com is where to go, right?
It's incredibly rare, and then you put on top of that the possibility of who we'd be playing, and this improbable season, it becomes even crazier.
The Red Sox would be the opponent, so that just makes it even more special. Mark, as always, thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for everything, and thanks to all the Rays fans.
You got it. Mark Fernandez, guys, get those tickets at RaysBaseball.com. Back to you.
All righty, well, here's Montero leading off. It's Montero taking the first pitch for a strike. Of course, the Rays would love to settle things tonight, but if this thing pushes on and into tomorrow, expecting a lot of action out here against the Red Sox in that game 163. But the Rays would like to finish off with a victory here and let Baltimore take care of Boston in Baltimore. A fastball, and it's a strike. 1-2. Liner into center field. Here comes Upton. Diving, and he got it. What a catch by B.J. Upton. Looks like he jammed his wrist out there when he made the catch. Let's hope that's all right, because he turned in one great play, racing to his right to take that line drive and hang on.
Well, you talk about the defense picking up a pitcher. This ball was rocketed out there, and BJ going down, making a nice catch. That ball right at the edge of the glove. See the glove go into the turf, kind of rolls up underneath him.
Well, you have some great athletes. You have to be a great athlete to play center field, but you're not going to see a better catch than that one. Certainly not more athletic, and a great job. Here's a bunt attempt. Nunez fouls it. Strike one. I mean, Upton made a heck of a catch out there.
You know, and we talked about earlier, pitchers picking up their defense, vice versa. You know, that was poor pitch selection there by David Price. He tried to come with a backdoor cutter, wasn't set up properly. Montero crushed it, and that's where your defense bails you out. Make a mistake with pitch selection, still get it out.
There's a strike. 0-2. Up a bit. Nunez started to go, but he checked in time. Sam Holbrook down at first on the appeal, says he held up. And he did. His back foot out of the way of that one. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Well, the error in the first inning cost the Rays a run. Added 10 pitches to Price's pitch count. He made 29 pitches as a result of that in the first inning alone. Into left center. That ball's going to be in there, and will bounce to the wall. Upton with the pickup, and Nunez has a double. Eduardo Nunez, who's shown that he can swing a pretty good bat, doubles up the gap.
He really stays down and through the baseball very well, and you see he creates that backspin. The head, watch the head down on the ball, hands through the baseball, get the carry with the backspin. He's able to drop it in between Upton and Jennings, pick up a 1-out double.
Brings up the third baseman, Brandon Laird. Pitch is high. Well, that catch made by Upton even bigger right now, with Nunez following up with a 2-base hit. Fastball fouled back, 1-1. The Rays come again. They've won 4 in a row, including the first 2 in the series from New York. And a line drive base hit into left. Jennings up with it. They're going to stop Nunez at third. And it will be first and third with 1 out. Laird got the breaking ball there.
That's 2 straight hits off the curveball by David Price. Nunez doubles, and then here's another fastball. Allows Laird to get extended on it. Ball hit too sharply for Nunez to try and score. Rays do in this situation here have a good ground ball guy at the plate in Derek Jeter, and a chance to maybe turn 2 and get out of this inning.
Well, Jeter was called out on strikes his first time. Came into the game at 298.
Gotta be careful for the Jeter ambush.
And the first pitch, fastball taken for a strike. He'll do that every once in a while.
Every once in a while, you're right. In situations, big situations, you might not expect it. You're so used to him trying to push the ball to right field. All of a sudden, you try to come in, and he will turn on it.
One ball, 1 strike. Well, really, for Jeter, that's a hitter's way of trying to keep a pitcher honest, the same way that a pitcher sometimes will come in if a hitter's trying to take too much of that plate.
Yeah, you gotta return the favor.
Yep. 1-1 right now. Swing through the fastball. That little cutter had some action on it at the end. Cut fastball, 1-2 now.
Yeah, this is that pitch, that cut fastball. This one just happens to be up far enough. You can see it gets over the bat of Jeter.
Still, you got to be careful with that.
I mean, I'm telling you. Dangerous water with that.
Down and in. What was so dangerous about that pitch? It's coming in to the right-handed hitter. Fortunately, had a little movement enough and was up enough that he couldn't get on top of it.
Yeah, well, here's what you got. You got a pitch that's moving towards the barrel.
Yeah.
You want the cutter to move away from the barrel. If you're going to throw that pitch, it's got to be set up. You know there's going to be no swing.
Down and in. Jeter gets out of the way. Full count.
You know, we've talked about it time and time again. The cutter is not a strikeout pitch. It's more of a miss the barrel of the bat pitch. If you're going to throw it as a strikeout pitch, then it has to be set up to where you can almost guarantee yourself no swing. Because if not, that's a pitch, backdoor cutter. If you don't know the guy's going to give up on it, it's moving back towards the barrel.
Yep.
That's why you get hurt on it.
3-2, and it's shot up the right side, foul.
That's not even as dangerous as a cutter that you start in the middle of the plate and break it into a guy's hands. You know, start the ball middle in. Okay, he goes to swing, that little bit of cutting action takes it from barrel to label.
Yeah, you got a chance to jam him.
Yep. Same thing. And to the lefties, start it middle away, cut it away, take it from barrel to end.
3-2 is ball 4. And the bases are going to be loaded. Well, Jim Hickey's going to head to the mound to talk with David Price. Meanwhile, in Baltimore, the Red Sox facing Alfredo Simon, and Dustin Pedroia shoots a base hit up the middle, and that will give Boston an early lead. 1-0 Boston in the top of the third. Here the Rays are down 1-0 in the top of the second inning, and the Yankees have runners on every base with only one out, and Curtis Granderson about to step in. Here are the Yankee base runners. And here's Granderson. First pitch, he pops it up. Third base side, infield pop, handled by Longoria. Boy, that's a big out to get on one pitch. 2 gone. And another tough out, Mark Teixeira. Double single walk, bases loaded, 2 gone. Teixeira looked at a fly ball to the warning track and left in the first. And the first pitch is a strike. Fastball away from him a bit. One and one. Two balls and 1 strike. David Price had a long first inning. He's been out here a while in the second. Foul out of play. 2-2.
Still have yet to see a changeup. We're 50 pitches in.
Two pitch. Now it's full. Fastball missed wide.
See, what are you going to throw here? You have full count. You know, you got to bank on the fact that it's going to be the heater.
Yep.
No changeup. The breaking ball he's been hurt on. Not going to maybe throw the cutter.
3-2, and there's a shot it deep into left center field. That ball's got some carry, and it's gone. It was a 3-2 fastball with plenty on it, and Teixeira hits a grand slam. His 38th home run of the year. And the Yankees get 4 with 1 swing of the bat from Teixeira. It's 5-0.
Well, we've talked about the development of David Price's secondary pitches. Probably the best one that he has is the changeup. We're 55 pitches into this outing. We have not seen one. You become predictable. And at some point, whether you throw 95, 97, 100, a big league hitter with Teixeira's resume will time you up. And that's what he did right there. He knew what he was getting, and he got one elevated out over the plate.
Well, it was 97 up, and Teixeira hit it into the stands. A 5-0 game early. It was Cano taking a pitch down. Foul back. 1-1. One pitch. Ball 2. 2 balls and a strike. Broken bat, the ground ball to the right side. Kochman steps on it, and that retires New York. But the grand slam by Teixeira. The big blow. 5-0 New York.
SAP, brought to you by Coventry Healthcare of Florida.
On to the bottom of the second inning here. A run in the first, an unearned run, and 4 in the top of the second by New York, and the Rays are in a big spot.
Can you move that for a couple?
Ben Zobrist, Casey Kochman, and Kelly Shopik due up against Dylan Betances, who did show signs of control problems in the first inning until he struck out both Joyce and Damon on curveballs. First pitch to Zobrist is high. So the Rays need to answer with something here in the bottom of the second. Ben takes it high. 2-0.
Well, the thing about Betances, he's going to give you opportunities. He's going to open the door for you, at least crack it for you, by either walking you or pitching behind in the count and putting you in a good position to try to get a pitch in your spot.
It's a strike, and it's 2-1. And the thing about this, behind Betances, you don't figure to see the frontline pitchers for New York. So the Rays, if they can find their way to a couple of runs here early to cut into the deficit, you figure they've got a shot. 2-2. It's foul back. You know, the Rays all year have yet to score in double figures at home. This might be a good time to do it.
This might be a time they have to do it.
Yeah.
Because you're talking about coming back offensively, but you got to keep this Yankee ball club at 5.
That's right. 2-2, and it's pulled foul. Well, foul out of play. Zobrist takes ball 3, and the count is full. Betances began the year at Double-A Trenton. And about the middle of August, went to Triple-A in Scranton. Ground ball right to Nunez, who had him played perfectly. And Zobrist is the first out.
Well, tonight's game and all season long, Tires Plus will donate $100 to the Pediatric Cancer Foundation for every Tampa Bay Rays home run televised on Sun Sports and Fox Sports Florida.
Now Casey Kochman. Casey hitting .305. The pitch is upstairs. Casey scratched from the starting lineup last night. The strike, and the count is 1-1. And Casey had some tightness in his chest. 2-1, and he was taken to the hospital, went through a battery of tests, and everything came out all right. They said he's fine. He'd never experienced anything like that before. Fouls this one out of play. And Casey said he felt great today and is in the lineup.
Looked good.
Yeah.
Coming out of the clubhouse, bouncing his step, big smile.
Two and two, and he takes it down. Didn't have anything to do with the jalapenos that they had in the clubhouse yesterday, did it?
Possibly. Could have got into my stash of coffee.
Yeah, there you go. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Fouls it right back. Although they tell me jalapenos are very good for you.
Yeah, if you can get them down, I'm sure they're great for you.
Give you a little added spice.
Yeah, I mean, they tell you a lot of things are good for you that are unedible, inedible. Okay, here comes the books.
Yeah, well,
said the wrong word.
You got enough spice to begin with. Ground ball, it's back to the mound off the backside of Betances, and his throw to first is wide. Well, Kochman hit him on the backside in the cushion area, and Betances is going to be all right. They're going to go out and check with him, but he's fine. Kochman has a base hit.
Well, here it is. Full count. A hook. Knocked right off the backside. Betances struggling over to get that ball. Here it is. Had a chance to throw out Kochman. You know, it's funny. Todd Callis in the pregame show alluded to the fact that Betances has had 72 fielding chances in the minor leagues, minor league career. 12 errors out of 72 chances, and you saw that throw almost get away from Teixeira.
Well, here's Shopik down. The pitch is outside. Yeah, but I don't know if those other 72 chances were on balls that hit him in the backside. You know, you might cut him some slack on that one.
Well, you know what, though? Here's the thing. You get hit like that in that area, you know, he got to the ball. I mean, he got to the ball and made the throw. I mean,
the pitch is a strike.
Probably not many hit him in the backside, but that's a play where with Kochman running, you know, Betances too. He's 6'8", not very quick around the mound.
I was just waiting for the trainer to examine him, but he just asked him if he was okay.
Yeah.
No, that was all. That was as close as they were going on that one.
You got to take him back underneath the tunnel.
Yes. There's a high pop-up, a foul ball right side, and Laird there, and he makes the catch. So that's out number 2. Yeah, they decided just to stop with a verbal examination there to see if he was all right. And he is. Bottom of the 3rd in Baltimore. Boston has a 1-0 lead there. It's Gene Monahan, the longtime Yankee trainer, was out there, and Gene's retiring after this year. He's been there a long, long time, and one of the best. Just a great guy, and he's going to take it easy for a change. Reed Brignac pitch is down. 1 ball and no strikes. This is his 49th consecutive season with the Yankee organization, and his 39th as their head trainer. That's enough time.
Yeah. I mean, and think about the litany of players that he's had a chance to work on. All-star caliber, Hall of Fame.
A shot into right center field. Swisher closes though and makes the catch. And Brignac is retired. So are the Rays. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. We're through 2. It's 5-0 New York. New York leading the Rays 5-0. An update from Baltimore. Pitch to James Jerry Hardy, a.k.a. J.J. Hardy, and he hits it out. That's his 30th home run of the year, and the Orioles will take a 2-1 lead. So Baltimore grabs the lead in the bottom of the third. Hardy had hit over the National League with Milwaukee 26 one year, and I think 24 another year. 30 this year with Baltimore. Pitch to Swisher. It's too low, a breaking ball. That's pitch number 60 on the night for David Price already. 29 in the first and 30 in the second. There's a strike. Now 1-1. John Lester on the hill for Boston tonight in Baltimore. And he's coming off 3 very poor starts. And he's a guy who had relied on the cutter a lot and has had big problems with that pitch recently.
Well, that was the pitch that Hardy hit out. It just hung out over the plate. That's the danger with that pitch. If you execute it, boy, oh boy, you could just make hitters look foolish.
3-1. A shot toward the gap, headed into left center field. 2 hops and to the wall, and Swisher's on his way to second. Just like that, the Yankees have a man in scoring position to open the third.
You know, with David Price, it's been a lot of deep counts, some bad counts, and predictable pitch patterns. And that's what's got him hurt. Breaking ball down, the Yankees are taking the breaking ball that stayed up in the zone. They've got a couple hits off of it. We haven't seen the changeup, and they've hit the mistake fastball.
Andrew Jones, the hitter. And there's a pitch down. He throws a changeup. I'm not sure. He might have thrown one changeup earlier, but if he did, that's only the second we've seen. Might be the first. Foul ball back. 1-1. And you're right. Everybody was very excited about the development of that changeup a few starts ago as Juan Cruz throws in the Rays bullpen down the right field line. Too low. 2-1.
And just because a pitcher comes up with a new pitch, especially one that develops during the course of a season, now he's got to figure out, how do I fit this into my repertoire? How do I fit this into my game plan? For so many years I've had it. And so that's where, so you can come up with a new pitch and really develop it, and it becomes a nice little weapon for you, but you've been so used to not using it, you're like, oh, at what point of the count does this pitch work?
Well, I think that that's a great point. And you've talked repeatedly about how you integrate the cutter into your pitch selection. I thought it was interesting when Wade Davis came up with that cutter and was throwing that. And he said for something he'd played around with since A-ball, but he never really understood the pitch. Well, that's an interesting comment to hear from a young pitcher. Popped up foul, headed out of play, and I think all of us, particularly if you're young, you don't want to say, well, I don't know. I don't know what to do with that pitch. Sometimes that's the smartest thing you can say, and so I think out of Wade Davis, that actually was a smart thing to say because I didn't understand it. Well, good. Now someone can help you move forward and use that weapon and understand how to use it. That's a strike call, and Jones is caught looking. Second strikeout for David Price, out number 1 in the third.
Well, perfectly placed fastball there on Jones. Big out there for David Price. He's able to get the strikeout, no advancement.
On with 1 out. Jesus Montero is catching tonight. ball headed to short. Grandiak will make the play to first. He looked to third, but he had the out at first base. A Swisher advances. 2 gone. Alex Torres, the lefty, who really played a big part the other night when he came in Saturday's game in relief of Neiman and gave the Rays 5 shutout innings against the Blue Jays in a game the Rays eventually won 6-2. Torres loosening in the bullpen. They're going to walk Nunez with Brandon Laird due next. Nunez doubled and scored in the second inning. Double started the inning from Swisher. So Swisher's at third and Nunez goes to first. And they'll face Brandon Laird, who singled off a curveball in the 4-run second inning.
That's an interesting intentional walk there. Nunez is not a perennial all-star with a huge body of work against David Price. You're not trying to set up a double play. You bring Laird to the plate here. Now, whether you get him out or not, the Yankees now start off the 4th inning at the top of the order.
And Nunez takes off for second, and now they have 2 men in scoring position. The pitch is a strike. Nunez, before the double off Price in the second inning, was 1 for 9 lifetime against Price.
Yeah, and he hit a hanging curve.
Laird fouls one back.
And how about the stolen base there? That was almost like the Rays were up 8-0 in the 8th inning, like almost indifference.
Yeah.
Just hand him another runner into scoring position.
Oh, 2 upstairs. A ball and 2 strikes.
I doubt you were going to intentionally walk Nunez if he knew that he was going to steal second base with uncontested.
The pitch is off the plate and a bit. 2-2. Pitch in on him and he fouls it away. They're checking with the plate umpire Joe West as to whether that ball might have been on the plate or off. Two and two the count. And a high fly ball toward left center. Jennings is there to make the catch to retire the side. We go to the bottom of the third. 5-0 New York.
Yankees by the score of 5-0. A special presentation before the game here at Tropicana Field as the Helios Education Foundation Chairman Vince Roy presented the United Way of Tampa Bay with a check for $75,000 in support of Operation Graduate. Since 2006, Helios has contributed $100 million to educational programming in Florida and Arizona. Guys, back to you.
All right, Todd, thank you. Well, the Rays need to get on the board. They're down 5-0, and they'll face George Contos, a new pitcher. Matanzas worked 2, walked a couple, gave up a hit a man, no runs. Actually, he didn't hit a man, he just gave up 1 hit and 2 walks. The pitch to Jennings is low, 1 ball, no strikes. Jennings fouled out up the right field line his first time. 2 balls, no strikes. Now 3-0. And ball 4, and the Rays put the leadoff man on base. Boston has tied the game in Baltimore. Game's in the top of the 4th. It's a 2-2. They got a run on a balk call. Pitch is fouled straight back by Upton. Out of play. Marco Scudero was balked home. Inside to BJ. 1-1. Goes the runner, the pitch inside, the throw's not in time. Stolen base. Desmond Jennings swiped second as the count goes to 2-1 to Upton. 20th steal of the year for Jennings.
Well, you see Desmond was leaning. Great jump on the lean, not even close.
Swing and a miss. It's 2-2.
Contos took a little something off that pitch and snuck it underneath the bat of B.J. Upton.
Well, the count goes to 3-2. Had Upton at second base in the first inning when they left 2 men on at first and second. Now they have Jennings at second, nobody out in the third. The fly ball hit to left. Jones back a few steps. Jennings back to tag but decides to hang on.
Thankfully,
he's still at second.
A good throw by Andrew Jones right on the bag. You can see he was talking there to Granderson saying, I saw him go back, meaning Desmond Jennings going back to second base to tag up, so he readied himself for that opportunity.
Who's Evan Longoria? Joe West has called time, and apparently there's an issue in the background, it would appear. West pointing something out. And, you know, I think in the restaurant out there, it may be nothing more than a monitor, but I think some of those lights out there appeared to be blinking, and I think that might be the issue. Now the pitch to Longoria, that's high. 1 ball and no strikes. Wide. 2-0. Matanzas worked 2 innings. Contos. And that's in there for a strike. 2-1. Aaron Laffey is up again. Second time he's been up in the New York bullpen. Ground ball. Third base side. Grabbed by Laird. He turns and throws out there. And Jennings advances to third. So Longoria is out number 2. Well, let's go to Baltimore and take a look at the balk call. And it's hard to see, but he might have made one little move in one of those cases where sometimes when a pitcher is looking in for a pitch and not quite sure what he wants to throw,
starts to lean in a little bit. Yeah, there was definitely a little bit of a move there.
Well, a pitching change coming. We'll be back in a moment. By Toyota, moving forward. By Coventry Healthcare of Florida, lighting the way to better health. And by Autoway. Autoway is part of Auto Nation, the largest automotive retailer in the country, so we can do big things. $5-0 New York. The Rays have Jennings at third with 2 outs. Aaron Laffey on to face Matt Joyce. Pops it up, first pitch. Jeter's there to make the catch, and the Rays leave a man at third. We're through 3. 5-0 New York.
5-0. Well, tonight wraps up the annual Shirts Off Our Back fundraiser benefiting the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association Educational Foundation and the Rays Baseball Foundation. Thanks to the efforts of all our dedicated volunteers, including tonight's representatives from Majestic. The event has raised $48,399 so far. That's $399. Learn more at raysbaseball.com/shirts.
Well, we go to the fourth inning. David Price, who's made 82 pitches, faces the top of the order. Here's Derek Jeter. Jeter, Granderson, and Teixeira. Pitch outside. Jeter walked, scored on the grand slam hit by Teixeira in the second. Fouls it back. 1-1. Five runs, 5 hits allowed by Price, 4 earned runs. 2-1. Two balls, 2 strikes. High pop up right side. Zobrist after this one. Out from second base, and Van makes the catch. One away in the fourth. Rays coming in 90-71. They've gone 16-10 in September. The Red Sox have gone 7-19 in the month of September. Anderson takes a pitch low. It's the worst September the Red Sox have experienced since 1952, when they were 7-20 in September. 1-1 now to count to Granderson. It's foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The history of their franchise, they've gone into September with a lead. That's a strike called, and Granderson is out. 3rd strikeout for Price. The Red Sox 17 times in the history of their franchise they've gone into September with a lead and a race to the postseason, and only twice have they failed to get there. One was 1948 and the other one the notorious 1978 season. Teixeira taking a pitch wide, 1-0. Now with the Rays down by 5, Teixeira hits a long one deep to left, and Jennings will watch it sail out. Teixeira on a 1-0 pitch hits a fastball out of here. Teixeira with home runs tonight, a grand slam in the second and a solo shot in the fourth, and that makes it 6-0.
But Teixeira continues to sit on the fastball. This one in, but he gears that bat up a little bit. Watch him pull the hands in quick.
Solid contact, strong man.
Teixeira came into the game hitting .226 lifetime against Price. Had never hit a home run off him, but he has 2 and back-to-back at bats. And he hit the ball to the warning track and left his first time up. 1-0 the count to Cano. 6-0 now. 2-0. And Dustin Pedroia has just hit a home run in the 5th inning at Baltimore, and that'll give Boston a 3-2 lead. Broken bat and a foul ball down the left side. So Cano gets a new bat. Well, this is not the way you would write the script if you had your chance to write it any way you want. Rays down by 6, hoping to get some help from Baltimore to force the playoff game tomorrow. Cano pops it into shallow center. Brignac backs out from shortstop. He's there to retire the side, but a home run off the bat of Mark Teixeira, and the Yankees make it a 6-0 ball game. Bottom half of the 4th inning. Here's Pedroia hitting against Simone in Baltimore, hitting one out to give Boston a 3-2 lead. David Ortiz followed that up with a single off the top of the right field scoreboard. And it would appear the Orioles are going to change pitchers. Here, Johnny Damon will open the bottom half of the 4th. He's facing the left-hander Aaron Laffey. The pitch is a strike. Johnny went to 2-2 against Betances in the 1st, and then was called out on strikes on a curveball. And one. That home run for Pedroia was his 21st of the year. Damon was hit by that pitch, just grazed on the forearm. So Damon will go to first base. Johnny Damon made his case, and Joe West ruled in agreement with him.
Johnny Damon sent himself down to first base right here. Turn, nothing by Joe West. Johnny says, look, it hit me there. Okay.
A couple of veteran guys relieving each other. The pitch is a strike to Ben Zobrist. One and one, the count to Ben. Rays saw Laffey up in New York in that 4-game series against the Yankees. 2-1 now. Pitch is wide. 3 balls and a strike. Just a bit wide. Ground ball. That's going to be foul. And we'll run the count full. That prior pitch, Laffey was trying to get the call, but Joe West did not give it to him, and it turned out by Fox track that the pitch was off the plate. West has always gotten high marks as a ball and strike umpire. Three-two the count, and a swing and a miss by Zobrist. Had him out in front. Laffey picks up his first strikeout.
Well, what a time for Laffey to go to the changeup. Full count, runner on, nobody out. Ball just never gets there.
There's Casey Kochman. The pitch is down. But
Wow.
that 9 for 9 continues. Kochman against Laffey.
Make it 10 for 10 with a home run. Finish it off in style.
A little ground ball to first. Teixeira looked to second, but he'll take the out at first. Damon safely advances. Casey had part of the bat, the barrel part, splinter off.
That ball just ran back in, had a little late action to it. Got right in on the hands of Kochman. Watch this thing. Right off the label. These bats break so funny now.
You know, that's a topic that before we end our season covering the Rays, a couple of little things need to be said about that. About all these bats that have been broken.
It's been the recurring theme. We've seen more shattered bats this year and splintered.
I
splintered.
think we have, without question.
Yeah. Where the bat is just flipping out onto the field. Sharp edge.
Kelly Shopik taking a pitch down, 1 ball, no strikes. I mean, we've seen those bats we've seen bats disintegrate. We've seen them break and helicopter the barrel ends of the bat. We saw one down toward Alex Rodriguez the other night. We saw one that hit David Price.
We saw one go a long way towards giving the Rays a win.
Yep. Pitch is fouled back, 1-1. And you know, the Maple bats, combination of Maple, and they try to they try to make the bats lighter all the time.
Oh yeah.
And you have to figure that's a big part of it.
Eyewash.
Study goes on. 1-1. Pitch outside. I'll tell you who solved that problem. Russ Kanzler. Russ this year in the minor leagues at AAA.
Talk to me.
Went to a heavier bat, 34.5 to 35 ounces. And his teammates were waiting all year for him to break a bat. And he never had one shatter. I think he broke 1 or 2 bats all year using a heavier bat. Shopik hits one back into center field with some carry. Granderson to the track, started to field for the wall, but he had a lot of room on the track and made the catch. So we're through 4, 6-0 New York. Time for the Keep Your Edge Spotlight, brought to you by Just for Men Mustache and Beard. Mark Teixeira with a grand slam home run and a solo shot in the 4th, giving New York the edge. You can keep your edge with Just for Men Mustache and Beard. Juan Cruz will be the new pitcher for the Rays. David Price pitching 4 innings and making 97 pitches, and Cruz comes on.
On for the 56th time, a perfect 5-0 record, almost a strikeout an inning, good opponent's average. And it's up to Juan Cruz to keep this Yankee lead right here at 6. Him and the rest of his mates that'll be coming out of that pen.
Swisher, Jones, and Montero. Pitch is foul back. Swisher has walked and doubled. Yankees scored an unearned run in the first, 4 on the slam by Teixeira in the second, and 1 on the solo shot by Teixeira in the 4th inning. Fly ball into right. Joyce comes on and makes the catch. That's the first out in the 5th. You know, we're talking about Kanzler and that heavy bat, and the fact that, you know, he broke a couple of bats and they were really just cracked bats. Nothing that broke in 2 and helicoptered around or blew up or disintegrated like we've seen all these other bats. It's just a heavier bat. And the interesting thing about that, he said he thought it made him a better hitter because there was no time. You had to be right with your swing if you're going to swing a heavier bat. You've got to be direct to where you're going. And And it's an interesting concept. And, you know, he turned out to be the MVP in the International League with the Durham Bulls. Showed some power. So there's some method to his season that he had down there.
Makes sense. You know, a lighter bat, you can get it, you know, whipping around and a lot of movement in your swing because you're still strong enough to take a swing. But with a heavy bat, you're absolutely right. It better be point A to point B right now.
Look at that. He's checking out that heavy bat right now.
Going to look for Babe the Blue Ox.
There's a strike. 2-1. Well, he might have the secret to the 2 or 3 year study that they've been trying to figure out. Hey, get a little more wood in that bat, a little more weight. 34.5 ounces, 35. The shot deep to left down the line, and that ball is going to get out of here. Andrew Jones, he turns a fastball around, and that's going to make it 7-0. The Yankees have hit their 3rd home run of the night.
Now the dislocation. How many times you see a catcher reaching back across the plate and a pitcher gets hurt?
Teixeira making the call from the New York dugout. 13th home run for Jones. Montero takes a pitch wide. Two balls, no strikes. Foul back. 2-1. In the center field, Upton is there. Hit the ball right to him. 2 gone. Well, the Texas and Los Angeles Angel game is in the bottom of the 3rd. And Texas has a 1-0 lead there. And the outcome of that game would impact the Rays or the Red Sox. And right now the Rays in a tough spot. Dave De La Rosa up in the bullpen. Nunez takes a strike. Swing and a miss on the slider. 0-2. Pitch up and away. Well, in Baltimore, the Red Sox have a 3-2 lead. But the Orioles got a leadoff double in the bottom of the 5th from Reynolds. Rays could use some help tonight.
Baltimore continues to play hard, giving Boston all they can handle.
And that's a strike call on the outside edge. Nunez caught looking. We go to the bottom of the 5th. 7-0 New York.
had a lot of thrills throughout the course of the season. Our Auto-Way text poll question asks you, which do you think was the best moment for the Rays in 2011? Well, James Shields, 3 complete games in a row. That's TB1. The day Ben Zobrist had in Minnesota, a doubleheader with 10 runs batted in. That's TB2. The 5-run rally by the Rays against Kansas City here at Tropicana Field, where Sam Folds circled the bases with the help of an error after the triple. That's TB3. Desmond Jennings' unbelievable catch robbing Derek Jeter earlier in the series, TB4. And the triple play started by Evan Longoria against Russell Martin last night as TB5. Text your votes to 789-789. Standard message and data rates do apply. Well, we'll have a new pitcher. Phil Hughes is coming in for the Yankees, and we will come back with more Rays baseball after this. A pitching change for New York.
Has been lifted for the pinch hitter Sean Rodriguez, and with that came the pitching change. Laffey removed after an inning and a third in favor of Phil Hughes. So it's Rodriguez against Hughes to begin the home half of inning 5. The pitch is a strike. Hughes pitched an inning and 2/3 here Monday night. Fastball by Rodriguez, 0-2. Rodriguez fouls one. So it's still 2 strikes. Jennings and Upton to follow. Foul ball straight back and into the upper deck. Up low. A ball, 2 strikes. Count is square at 2-2. Fourth pitcher of the game for New York. Laffey pitched an inning and a third. Hit a man and picked up a strikeout. Count still 2-2. foul the other way. Sean Rodriguez started at first base last night, went 1 for 4. Made his 3rd start of the year at first. But Kochman was scratched. Extended at bat for Sean against Phil Hughes. And now the count is full. So it's going to be at least a 10-pitch at bat. And a shot. Foul. Just foul. Chad Fairchild made the call, and boy, that was not foul by much. Fairchild turning around and right on top of the line. Here it is.
See the hook action. Oh, and he got it right.
Right on top of that call. That had extra bases all over it. Breaking ball, 3-2, and he missed with it. So a good at bat right there, leadoff walk. Well, the Orioles had an opportunity in the bottom of the 5th. Reynolds got the 3rd, but was cut down on the drawn-in infield. Scudero going to the plate. The Barnway catching again tonight for Boston.
He got him right on the hip. Speaking of opportunities, the Rays with another one here. 3rd inning in a row with the leadoff man aboard without getting a base hit.
Jennings whips a fly ball to right. That's the first out.
You know, these are the last 3 innings, Yankee pitching, self-inflicted wounds, a walk, couple of walks, a hit by pitch to lead the inning off. Still nothing to show for it.
Yeah, the only hit the Rays have so far tonight is the ball that Kochman hit off the derriere of Dylan Betances. Here's the pitch to Upton, is a fastball strike at the knees. Kochman hit him right in the rump.
Right off the Tuchus.
Strike 2, 0-2. Rodriguez. Walk. And Jennings hit the fly ball to right. Upton chops it down to 3rd. Laird will go to 2nd out there. That's the only one they get. So Upton reaches on a fielder's choice. Evan Longoria. Evan walked in the 1st. Grounded out to 3rd in the 3rd. Pitch is outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Texas leading LA in the bottom of the 4th at Anaheim, 1-0. There's a strike and the count is 1-1. Texas right now with 95 wins. And Detroit has 94. The Tigers have the tiebreaker if it comes to determining the seeding in the postseason between those two clubs. It's a strike. It's 1-2. Tigers Tied 3-3 in the top of the 7th. Cleveland hitting in Detroit. 3-3 ball game. It's outside. 2-2. The Cardinals and the Braves over in the National League battling it out. They started the day with identical records of 89 and 72 in the wild card hunt over there. Swing and a miss. Longoria reaches for that pitch wide and strikes out. We're through 5, 7-0 New York.
In tonight's game.
From Tropicana Field tonight, through the front 5 innings, the Yankees have 7 runs, 7 hits. The Rays, no runs, 1 hit. Brandon Laird will open the 6th. Juan Cruz touched for a home run in the 5th. His first pitch in the 6th is a little low. 1 ball, no strikes. Jeter due to hit next, and then Granderson. Sean Rodriguez in there at shortstop after pinch hitting. Pitch is wide. We mentioned the National League wild card with Atlanta and St. Louis in a tie, and they're both leading in their respective games. It's a strike, 2-1. Atlanta leading 3-1 over the Phillies, with Philadelphia hitting in the top of the 7th, and the Cardinals have a 6-0 lead in Houston in the bottom of the 4th. The start of a swing. He tried to hold but could not. The count is 2-2. John Lester's running into some problems in Baltimore in the bottom of the 6th inning. A couple of men on base, nobody out for the Orioles. 2 is popped up. Sean Rodriguez from shortstop and shallow center takes care of the pop-up. 1 gone in the 6th. Now it's Derek Jeter. Jeter 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. Jeter started the game at 298. He's hitting 297 right now. The pitch is a strike. One out, base is empty. Misses. Cruz, and the count is 1-1. And La Rosa back up along with Cesar Ramos. And too close to Jeter. Two balls and a strike. Jeter takes that one to even the count at 2-2. Jeter trying to get to 300. If he got a base hit here and give him 1 for 3, he'd be at 299. Cruz trying to prevent that. Ground ball to the right side. Zobrist up with it. Over to first, and Jeter's 0 for 3. And the second out here in the 6th inning. Boston turned a big double play. And now the Orioles have a man at third with 2 outs. And Joe Maddon heads to the mound here in the top of the 6th inning. We'll be back in a moment.
That special occasion by purchasing a game-used lineup card, a base, a baseball, or any other autograph items from your favorite Rays players. These one-of-a-kind items can be purchased at RaysBaseball.com/gameday or at the team store at Tropicana Field.
Cesar Ramos, pitcher number 3 for the Rays. Craig Goldson will hit in the place of Granderson. Is too high. So an inning and 2/3 for Cruz. He gave up a run on the home run to Jones. It's 1-1.
Good changeup there by Ramos.
One ball, 2 strikes. Ramos worked an inning Friday in the Toronto series. Picked up a strikeout. And a 1-2-3 inning. Holds the count at a ball, 2 strikes. Yankees scored an unearned run in the first. They got 4 on the slam by Teixeira in the second. 1 on a solo shot by Teixeira in the fourth, and 1 on the home run by Jones in the fifth. Just a bit inside right there. 2-2 now. And a popper. Foul ball. Kochman after it makes the grab to retire the side. Bottom half of inning 6 coming up. 7-0 New York. Game summary. Unearned run in the first on the error charged to Zobrist on that ball hit by Cano. Teixeira hit a grand slam in the second inning and a solo shot in the fourth. Andrew Jones hit one off Cruz in the fifth. So a 7-run offense tonight. 6 of those charged to Price, 5 earned. We have changes for New York as the Rays come in to hit in the bottom of the 6th. Golson stays on to play center field after pinch hitting for Granderson. They move Romero Pena, put him in the game at second base, and move Nunez over to play short. Joyce fouls the first pitch back. So Jeter's out of the game, but Nunez at short, Pena at second. One and one to count. Raul Valdez on the hill. So they got an inning from Hughes. up a strikeout, walked the man. 1-2 here to Joyce. And he's out on the breaking ball from the left-hander. Boston found themselves in a spot in Baltimore. But Scudero turns this ground ball into a double play, and look at that turn.
Boy, that was with runners on first and second and nobody out.
They eventually got out of what was a first and third 2-out situation. Johnny Damon, 1 ball, no strikes, the count to Damon. Pitch is fouled back. 1-1. Fastball up, and Damon fouled it back. Two balls, 2 strikes. Matanzas pitch 2, Contos 2/3, Laffey an inning and a third, Hughes an inning, and now Valdez. And Damon is on for the second time, drawing the walk.
Well, visit Lowe's to pick up your instant win game card for a chance to win World Series tickets. Compliments of Scott's.
Zobrist goes after the pitch and pops it up on the right side. And Teixeira handles that. 2 gone. Two outs. Damon at first. And Casey Kochman. Casey 1 for 2 tonight. Shooting .306 right now. The pitch is a strike. Would put him 7th in the American League in hitting. Two strikes. Detroit takes a 4-3 lead at the end of 7 innings. That's in Detroit. They lead Cleveland. Still a 2-strike count to Kochman. The Angels have scored a run in the bottom of the 5th. They're tied with Texas 1-1. Two balls and 2 strikes. Base hit the other way for Kochman. Cut off by Jones. Damon stops at second, and Kochman has his second hit.
This fastball stays up and away from Casey Kochman, and what else is new? Takes the ball the other way.
So Rothschild on the hill with Valdez out there. Kelly Shopik will be the hitter for the Rays. A.J. Burnett doing some throwing in the bullpen. Two men on with 2 men out. Kelly 0 for 2. Pitch is too high.
You got to be careful here if you're Valdez with the rolling breaking ball. That's the pitch that Kelly Shopik can hit a mile. The Rays need it.
Big cut to miss by Shopik. Went after the fastball. That fastball's about 87.
Yeah. Running this ball up and in, missing his location, but he gets the swing and miss. I'll tell you what, Rays need something right here. Big hit by Kelly Shopik. Even if it's just one run, you want to get this crowd back into it. A lot of people here, when this building's loud, it can be a tough place to play. You need to get them back involved.
Ball 2 to Shopik.
You know, the Yankees were able to take this crowd out of it. I mean, right off the bat. You know, after the error by Zobrist, this place quieted down. And then after an uneventful bottom of the first, then all of a sudden you have the grand slam by Teixeira, and they've been sitting on their hands ever since. Got to give them a reason to get excited.
2 balls and a strike. Big cut to miss, and Shopik had an idea about a long one there.
And when doesn't he?
Yep,
I mean, that's right. That's his MO. But see, this ball's up far enough in the zone. Just gets it over the bat of Shopik.
Two. Pops it up. Teixeira is after it from first. Foul ground. And the Rays will leave 2 men in the 6th. On to the 7th. 7-0 New York. Subway, eat fresh, and by your local Southern Ford dealers. Tonight at Tropicana Field, the Rays and the Yankees. The Yankees grabbed an early lead and have built it to 7. They'll have Mark Teixeira to lead off the 7th. And he's done a big part of the damage, driving in 5 of their 7 runs. Jones in the other one with a home run, and the other run scored on an error. Ramos delivers, and the pitch is in there. That's a strike. Price worked 4, Cruz an inning and 2/3. Ramos got the last out in the 6th. 1-1. There's a strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. This one is down 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes, the count. Well, they're going to get some rain in Baltimore. And the tarp is going on the field in the bottom of the 7th inning with Boston leading 3-2. And the count is full here on Teixeira. Three balls, 2 strikes. A little tap. Ramos off the mound with a pickup and a low throw, but Casey reaches in to take it. And Teixeira is the first out of the 7th inning.
Nice bounce right here. Ramos turned, plenty of time. Almost spiked that throw. Well, we talk about it all the time. Pitchers throw to bases, and all you got to do is just get it around the guy's chest. You don't have to hit a spot. It doesn't have to be on the corner.
Robinson Cano. Cano officially 0 for 3. He reached on the error in the first. The pitch is a strike. Seven 7-0 for New York. 0-2-1 for the Rays. It's fouled back. 0-2. Rays came into the game with 90 wins, 90-71, and New York 97-64. St. Louis adding to their lead in Houston, top of the 6th, 7-0 there. Atlanta leading the Phillies in the top of the 8th in Atlanta, 3-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Phillies went into that game trying to win their 102nd game of the year, which would be a team record. Back in the late 70s, in 76 and 77, they won 101 games. Cano still up there with a 1-2 count. Hey, there's the weather situation. Light rain with thunder in Baltimore, and that's what's going on over in the National League in their wild card race. The Cardinals and the Braves, they They went in with identical records of 89 and 72. And finally, it's popped up. Zobrist right in front of the bag. 2 outs. Joe Madden pops out of the dugout again. Nick Swisher's due. So Madden, who has utilized Price, Cruz, and Ramos, will go to the bullpen again. We'll be right back.
You can secure your opportunity for 2011 postseason ticket packages by making your reservations for 2012 season tickets. Call 888-FAN-RAYS or visit RaysBaseball.com. Do not lose hope. Couple of games still not over yet.
A. De La Rosa is the new pitcher. 2 outs with the bases empty. And Nick Swisher. Swisher has walked, doubled, and hit a fly ball to right. De La Rosa. The pitch is high. 1 ball, no strikes. It's in there. It's 1-1. Misses wide. 2-1. Ramos worked 1 inning. Faced 3 men. Retired them all. Swisher a big cut. The bouncer down to first. And Mick Kelleher, who's a pretty good defensive shortstop at his day, showing off good hands there. Andrew Brackman has joined Burnett in the bullpen. There's Kelleher. Two and 2 the count. Ground ball to Zobrist. And the throw to first. That takes care of New York. We're in the middle of the 7th. 7-0 New York. Bottom of the 7th inning tonight at Tropicana Field, where the New York Yankees lead the Rays 7-0. They struck early. And the Rays will have Sean Rodriguez to lead off. Chris Dickerson takes over in right field, replacing Swisher. Changes on the infield as well. Brandon Laird takes over at first base, moving over as Eric Chavez moves in to play third. So Chavez at third and Laird now at first. A.J. Burnett on the hill. And here's Sean Rodriguez. The pitch is down and away. What a challenging year for Burnett. Two 2-0.
Well, he finished it pretty well as far as at least his last outing against the Boston Red Sox. Pitched very well in that game. Got a standing O from the Yankee crowd.
A strike. 2-1.
They have not always been in his corner.
Cut and a miss.
You know, the spin on that breaking ball by Burnett is so tight. When he starts it middle in, it forces you to get started early. It's tough to hold up on.
Down to third. Chavez gloves and throws. Sean's out of there. Third to first. Let's check in here with Todd Callis. Todd?
Well, Dwayne, if the Rays don't manage their biggest comeback of the year, their hopes will rest with the Baltimore Orioles. A couple things to keep in mind with the Boston bullpen. Jonathan Papelbon threw 29 pitches in the night game of the day-night doubleheader Sunday, 28 yesterday. He hadn't gone 28 pitches in back-to-back outings since the 2007 postseason. Daniel Bard has an 11 ERA. Aceves has been used 3 straight days and threw over 3 innings last night. Wheeler and Atchison not available due to injury this series. And Clay Buchholz supposed to pitch an instructional league today, and he was activated before the game to give them a little bit of bullpen help. So we'll see what happens. Still 9 outs to play for the Orioles as well, as A.J. Burnett gets high fives from his teammates as he leaves the game after 1 batter. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, he faced Rodriguez. Now let's take a break, and we'll be back in a moment.
And may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Tampa Bay Rays.
Andrew Brackman will be the new pitcher for New York. Just a third of an inning for A.J. Burnett. So that qualifies as a trip out of the bullpen, but barely. One hitter.
Interesting move there. In this game of getting some guys some work, you bring in A.J. Burnett for just 1 hitter, retires him on a ground ball, and then let's move on.
So here's Brackman facing Desmond Jennings. 1 ball, no strikes. And that's a strike on the outside part of the plate. 1-1. Swings through this one. One ball, 2 strikes. That's Boone Logan down in the bullpen for New York. Desmond fouls it out of play. Desmond walked in the third and stole second. Otherwise 0 for 2 tonight. Rackman making his third appearance. Curveball hit on the ground to short. Nunez makes the play. Just throw to Laird. So 2 up and 2 down in the bottom of the 7th inning. And we'll see B.J. Upton now. B.J. 0 for 2. He has a walk and a steal. Rackman's pitch, fastball inside. 1-0. And it's pop. Out of play. Foul ball. 1-1. Rackman out of North Carolina State. I mentioned the other night, played some basketball there. Too high. 2-1. Ground ball to short. Bobbled by Nunez, and he's not going to make the play. That'll be his 20th error of the year. So Upton is aboard.
Now, a play that Nunez should have made. This ball was hit hard, but right here, big league shortstop.
He reached across, trying to backhand it instead of getting in front of it.
Yeah, well, and that cost him.
Here's Evan Longoria. 95 runs batted in for the year. 0 for 2 tonight with a walk. And the breaking ball that was up and stayed up. 1-0. Well, we take a look at our Ford leaderboard, and since the 11th of June, tops in the majors in runs batted in. Evan Longoria. 1-1 to count. The Rays have not been able to muster much of a threat tonight. Two balls and a strike. They had men at first and second with only 1 out in the first. They left Jennings at third in the third. They got Damon to second in the fourth. Men at first and second in the 6th inning. And now Longoria draws the walk. Upton moves to second base, and Evan is aboard. Matt Joyce is due, and Joe Girardi comes out of the dugout. Back in a moment.
Rays have a couple of base runners on. Well, this October, the American League's best teams will look to their brightest stars to see which one will become the newest hero that leads them into the Fall Classic. Legends are born in October, and our exclusive coverage of the ALCS begins October the 8th, only on Fox.
The wheels are turning here in the bottom of the 7th. Boone Logan, the left-hander, the third pitcher of the inning for New York in this 7-0 ball game. Matt Joyce is due, and you see the numbers on Logan. Joe Madden's going to counter, and Russ Kanzler's going to take that big bat of his to the plate and pinch hit. Kanzler, the MVP of the International League, the big year he had for the Durham Bulls, and 1 out of 2. The Rays giving him a call to the big leagues, picking up his first hit and first run batted in. So Kanzler to bat for Matt Joyce here against the lefty. Two men on, 2 men out. Kanzler takes a strike. Joyce went 0 for 3 tonight. The pitch is inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Logan is the 8th New York pitcher of this ball game. Now 2-1. Kanzler hit .314 for the Durham Bulls this year. Takes the pitch. That's a strike. It's 2-2. Tell you what, off the plate a little bit. Count square. He is out on strikes to retire the side. Kanzler caught looking. Another look at the strikeout pitch. We're through 7. It's still 7-0 New York.
Well, this weekend, we've got another full day of action on college football Saturday, beginning with undefeated Texas Tech taking on Kansas, followed by Arizona squaring off against USC and Washington battling Utah. Then on the FX game of the week, the 17th-ranked Texas Longhorns take on Iowa State in a showdown between two undefeated conference rivals, followed by UCLA looking to hand 4th-ranked Stanford their first loss of the season. Our coverage of college football Saturday begins this weekend at noon Eastern, 9 Pacific in high definition.
On to the 8th inning we go. De La Rosa on the hill for the Rays. Andrew Jones leads off. And the catcher Montero, followed by Nunez, the shortstop. The pitch is a strike. 6 runs off Price, 5 earned, 1 off Cruz. Ruziano is in the game in right field. A big cut and a miss. Jones pulling off the slider. 2 strikes the count. De La Rosa came on to get Swisher on a ground ball in the 7th. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Seven runs, 7 hits for New York. No runs, 2 hits for the Rays. High. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Full count. How about this? James Shields is throwing in the bullpen. The book is completely out the window now.
Yeah, I don't even know how to respond to this.
3-2. Little tap left side. Longoria makes the throw on the move across the diamond to Casey Kochman. Jones is the first out of the 8th. Is this Montero, the catcher? There's a strike. Montero line to center on a great catch by Upton back in the 2nd. He's grounded out to short. Hit a fly ball to Upton again. 1 ball and 1 strike. You know, Shields has 249 of the 3rd innings. How about that?
I see where you're going.
Okay, gotcha. Swing and a miss. Wanted to, well, there had to be something that prompted that.
Give him a 250?
Yeah. Why not?
A 250? Yeah, why not is right. Everything that he's done for this team, the way that he's thrown the ball, taken it in tough situations, completed his own games, led major leagues by a wide margin.
Yep. Swing and a miss. Montero missed that pitch by a wide margin.
I was going to say, slider there by De La Rosa, taking that way off the plate. This thing just see ya.
That might be the most we've seen a hitter miss a pitch all year. We waited all this time for that. 2 gone. Here's Eduardo Nunez. Pitch is down. 1 ball, no strikes. Texas hitting in the top of the 8th. They're tied with the Angels in Anaheim, 1-1. Pitch is lifted into right. Truciano making the catch. 1, 2, 3. Bottom of the 8th coming. 7-0 New York. Oncology. When cancer strikes, strike back with CyberKnife and Tampa Bay Radiation Oncology. By Tires Plus, the plus is in everything we do. And by Checkers. Feast on. On we go from Tropicana Field. We head into the bottom of the 8th. New York took control early, and they have maintained that control. Boone Logan, the latest New York pitcher. Johnny Damon will lead off. Then Zobrist and Kochman due up. Damon 0 for 1. He's been hit by a pitch and walked. He takes the pitch down. 1 ball, no strikes. David with a little looper, and that ball is going to fall for a base hit. He serves it in there and has a single. The Rays have their 3rd hit.
Well, that was a Johnny Damon special. Haven't seen too much of those lately. Right off the end of the bat. A one-handed swing.
Well, he passed Lou Gehrig, moving up to 57th on the all-time hit list last night with a base hit, and that single leaves him 1 behind Roberto Alomar. Ben Zobrist. He lines one into left, and that one falls in. Damon's going to hustle over to 3rd, and Zobrist winds up at second base with a stand-up double. Single and a double, the 46th double of the year for Ben. And the Rays have a little life here in the 8th.
Well, here's your Checkers double of the game. Ben Zobrist wasting no time, going right out there. Out over the plate. Taking that ball down and away and able to line it out into left field. Rays second and third now, nobody out. You just want to get within striking distance.
Now Casey Kochman, who's 2 for 3 tonight. And the pitch is a strike at the knees. Kochman single in the second, grounded out to first in the fourth, and singled again in the sixth inning. This one low, bouncing in behind the catcher Montero, but not a chance to score. The runners hold at second and third. 1-1.
We've seen that a couple of times from Montero. Instead of turning that glove open in the face of it and blocking it, he goes to the backhand, much like Nunez did out at shortstop. You end up boxing a lot of those.
One pitch. Casey takes ball 2. 2-1. Damon at third, Zobrist at second. And he's hit by the pitch. Casey Kochman hit on the hand, and the bases are going to be loaded. Kochman hit by the pitch, and the ball deflected and got a part of Montero. Look at this. So the bases will be loaded. And Joe Girardi wants to go to the bullpen again. Montero escorted off the field by Gene Monahan. And we're gonna go to the bullpen. So a new pitcher. We'll be back in a moment. From the Baltimore Orioles after falling behind New York here. The Rays and Boston with identical records at the start of the day. 90 wins, 71 losses. They're in a rain delay in the 7th inning with Boston leading Baltimore 3-2 in that one. And they say that has a chance to be a lengthy rain delay. The weather is set in there, and it could be a couple of hours at least. Last word we heard. Luis Ayala is the new pitcher. He's the 9th pitcher of this game for New York, and the Rays don't have a run.
Well, this is their best chance to date in this ball game. Bases loaded, nobody out. Ayala, the righty, Fold, the lefty.
Sam Fold on the pinch hit for Kelly Shopik. Romine, the new catcher. Austin Romine takes over for Montero. 1-0 the count to Sam. That's outside. Two balls, no strikes. Rays have loaded the bases here in the 8th. Cole takes one upstairs. 3-0. Ayala pitched 1 inning Monday night. That's a strike. 3-1. Picks up strike 2 and the count is full. This crowd just under 30,000 here. They've been waiting for something to cheer about, making some noise now. And there's ball 4. So the Rays get a run as Damon crosses the plate on the bases loaded walk. It's 7-1.
Well, Ayala battles back. Leaves it just below the zone.
Run charge to Logan. Well, a couple of these and a long one, and
this game
could happen.
Absolutely far from over.
Sean Rodriguez takes a strike. Pinch hit in the 5th inning and walk. And he swings and misses the slider right there. Pulled off that pitch.
Well, the breaking ball by Ayala. He's got that little short arm action. Kind of dips the elbow. Throws the ball out of his shoulder almost. Tough to pick up and tough when you get that kind of break. Probably going to see it again.
The 0-2 up and away. 1 ball, 2 strikes
on this pitch.
Zobrist 3rd, Kochman 2nd, Fold at 1st. Rodriguez granted time by Joe West. Now they're all back in sync. The 1-2 pitch, and he's hit. Ayala hit him with a pitch. That's going to force home a run. The Rays make it 7-2. Zobrist scores. Kochman to 3rd, Fold to 2nd on this hit batter.
Well, this you just kind of wonder about what Ayala was thinking. You got the slider down and away that he swung and missed by a mile. You throw a fastball up and away, and then why in the world you would even come in there? That ball gets Sean Rodriguez right in the stomach. My goodness. I'll tell you what, the Rays,
hey,
you've loaded the bases. They just keep handing you runs. Fine.
Yep.
Now 1 big hit, and you're really right back in it.
Desmond Jennings is going to be the hitter. That's the 18th time this year that Rodriguez has been hit by a pitch. We had a single, a double, 2 hit batters, and a walk, and the Rays have 2 runs with the bases loaded and nobody out. And here's Desmond. He takes the pitch down. 1 ball, no strikes. pitch off the outside corner. A called strike to make it 1-1. Desmond trying to break a hitless streak here. 0 for 21 right now.
Good time to do it.
And he starts to go. That's a strike. 1-2. Ball, 2 strikes to Jennings. Wide. 2-2. Well, the Yankees have already used 9 pitchers in this game, and they're going to get some further action in the bullpen. Wade is up. Two, and he takes ball 3. 3-2. Pitch pretty close. Looked good.
Got away with one. Yeah, maybe throw you another run right here.
3-2. Here it is. And a swing and a miss. Jennings missed the fastball. That's a big strikeout for Ayala.
Now that ball just had a lot of late action on it. It was down in the zone. You got to protect. Watch this thing. There's that late sink under the bat.
B.J. Upton. Well, the Rays have the right guys up here. Upton has had a great month. And a shot back into left field. Jones will make the catch. The tag. Kochman's going to score. The Rays get their 3rd run of the inning. Sacrifice fly. The other runners remain at first and second. 3-run inning. 7-3 now. Evan Longoria will bat. All 3 of the runs charged to Logan. Now Longoria. Bold at second, Rodriguez at first. It would be fun, just for fun, if he hit a long one.
Oh. These kind of situations, the ones that Evan was made for.
And there it is! Long drive! Deep to left! Gone! Longoria hits a long one! A 3-run shot! And now it's a 1-run ball game. Evan Longoria hits his 30th home run of the year. And the Rays are right back. 7-6 ball game. How about that, folks? Evan Longoria with a 3-run shot to left center field. A 6 spot. And now John Jaso is going to pinch hit for Ruggiano. And there's a ground ball and a base hit into right for Jaso. John Jaso, who, by the way, is using a heavier bat tonight, a la Russ Kanzler. And Jaso singles, jumping on the first pitch.
Now here's the pitch to Longoria. I mean, middle of the plate, belt high.
That's what you do with that pitch.
And a great catch out there. Now here's Johnny Damon. Pitch wide. Damon opened the inning with a base hit. Looped the single into left center. strike. Now 1-1. Going to get a runner at first base. Elliott Johnson is going to run for Jaso. So the Rays pick up some speed at first with Johnson running. There goes Johnson. The pitch is wide. The throw, not in time. He steals second base. Elliott Johnson with a steal. Now he's in scoring position. The Rays have scored 6, and they have the tying run in scoring position.
And a good pitch there to handle for Romine. Better job by Elliott Johnson. How about that? Come right off the bench and steal a bag.
2-1 to count to Damon. And he hits it foul down toward the far end of the dugout. The count is 2-2. Well, the Rays have picked themselves right up off the mat here in the 8th inning. A 6-run inning so far. The 2-2. Damon hops it up. It's Pena out from second base under it to make the catch, and that retires the side. The Rays send 10 men to the plate. They score 6. Longoria capped it with a 3-run home run. And at the end of 8, it's 7-6 New York. Look at tonight's Miller Lite Taste Greatness moment, courtesy of Evan Longoria. Evan connected on the first pitch of his at bat in the bottom of the 8th, driving a 3-run home run into the seats in left center field to close the gap to only 1.
I'm going to have to humbly disagree with the Miller Lite Taste Greatness moment. I think that it is yet to come.
Hey, 2's better than 1. Let's see if we can find another one later. A couple of changes for the Rays. It's Jose Lobaton behind the plate. Sam Fold is in the game in right field. Day De La Rosa went out to warm up. The Rays, with that 6-run inning to get back in this thing, want to make a move to the bullpen. So De La Rosa gives the Rays an inning and a third, and a call to the bullpen here. Moving into the ninth, and Joel Peralta is on again for the Rays.
On for the 71st time. 3-4 record. ERA 2.97. 66 and 2/3 innings of work. How about that opponent's average at 190?
We'll face Brandon Laird, who's now playing first base. And the first pitch, a little bit outside. Laird singled and scored back in the second inning. He is 1 for 3 tonight. The pitch is popped up. Foul, back and out of play. 1-1. As dramatic as the 8th inning was when the Rays scored 6, you really have to think that the turning point of that was when Sean Rodriguez was hit by a pitch, because he was down in the count and really missed a slider by a lot.
I don't understand why you would even mess around with him in there. Sean Rodriguez likes the ball middle in. He'd missed a slider down and away by a wide margin. Why in the world you were messing around in the inside corner? I'll have absolutely no idea, but you're right. That ball hits him in the stomach. The fans get further into it. And the Rays, all of a sudden, before you know it, 7-6.
That gave the Rays their second run. Fly ball gave him their third, and a home run. 3 more. 1-2 the count to Laird. And a popper, short left center. Rodriguez out. He's there and makes the catch. Nice job by Rodriguez, hustling and getting out to the spot where he thought that ball was going to be.
Yeah, not take it for granted the fact that he's got B.J. Upton out there in center field that can cover a lot of ground. Just good hustle right here. Look at him. You're right. Just turn and go.
Here's a good example of why the Rays are even where they are. That kind of play. It's a pop-up.
Assume nothing.
Exactly. And a nice little effort there by Rodriguez to get out there. They do that routinely. There are clubs who don't. Now here's Pena. Romero Pena batting for the first time in the game. The pitch is a strike. Jeter started in the leadoff spot. Wide. It's 1-1. 2 strikes.
See right there, good split, good finish on it.
1-2. Pop foul back that carries out a play. St. Louis shut out Houston 8-0. Phillies and the Braves in the bottom of the 10th in Atlanta, 3-3 ball game. One and two. The count to Pena. Pena's out number 2. Split got him. 2 up, 2 down.
Well, another one, keeping this away right off the end of the bat.
Golson. Greg Golson. Fouled out to Kochman in the 6th. Pitch, ball 1. It's 1-1. Two outs, bases empty. Low. 2 balls, 1 strike. Peralta is the 5th Rays pitcher. Trying to get the 3rd out in the 9th. Wilson takes ball 3 low. 3-1. Swing and a fly ball back into left. Jennings is there making the catch. 1, 2, 3. On to the bottom of the 9th. Zobrist to lead it off. The Rays are down by 1. 7-6. The Rays jumped right back into this game with a 6-run eighth. Boston leading Baltimore 3-2. They're in a rain delay in the bottom of the 7th inning. The wild card in the American League dead even. 90-71, the Rays and the Red Sox. And Corey Wade will be the 10th pitcher of this ball game for New York. And to lead it off for the Rays is Ben Zobrist. Zobrist doubled and scored in the 8th. One ball, no strikes. And takes it for a strike, a breaking ball. Major League record for pitchers in a 9-inning game is 10, and the Yankees have matched that. Fly ball, center field. It's Brett Gardner who's in the game here in the 9th. 1 out. Here's Casey Kochman.
Well, you got to assume that Corey Wade is going to try
Johnson has moved over to play left.
Pitch these hitters away, make them hit the ball to the big part of the park. That's something that we've seen Casey Kochman do, take his hits the other way.
And it's 1-0 the count now to Casey. Pitch is in there, a strike, curveball. Texas has taken a 3-1 lead on the Angels. Angels batting in the bottom of the 9th inning. Two balls and a strike.
And you can see that's exactly what Corey Wade is doing. Away, away, away. Make these hitters go the other way and have to put together a couple of hits to score a run. Nothing cheap middle in. They can hit it out.
2-1 and a drive, but it's going to be foul.
That's what you're afraid of.
Oh, he got around on that one at home run distance, but well foul. And it's 2-2.
Casey Kochman pulling the quick trigger. He's got the count in his favor. See, this changeup just stays up and out over the plate. And because of the changeup, way out in front.
2-2, little tapper toward third. Chavez up with it, throw to first is in time. 2 up, 2 down here in the bottom of the 9th for the Rays. Sam Fold is due, but Dan Johnson emerges from the dugout. So Fold, who had walked with the bases loaded as a pinch hitter and scored a run in the 8th, will be lifted. And now it's Dan Johnson.
Well, Dan Johnson is coming up for one reason, and one reason only. Hit the ball out of the ballpark.
Well, ironically, Corey Wade and Dan Johnson were teammates at Durham. Wade in camp this spring with the Rays. Wound up spending the better part of the year with Durham. Kicked on with the Yankees and pitching here tonight. And the first pitch to Johnson is a strike. That was the curveball.
Well, he knows what he's up there to do.
Pitch away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Johnson looks at strike 2. Slipped the fastball in there on him.
That was just perfectly located. He wants the fastball, but when you locate it like that, boy, oh boy, that's tough to do anything with that pitch.
Wade to the plate, down and in. That takes it to 2-2. Two outs. Base is empty. Rays down to their final out. And a high foul. That's going to be out of play. Rays made it a one-run game with a 6-run 8th. The 2-2 again. Johnson hits it down the right field line. That ball's going to be fair and gone. Dan Johnson does it again. He had a magic moment in 08 against Jonathan Papelbon, and he lines a pinch hit home run to tie this game in the bottom of the 9th inning here against New York. And the Rays keep their hopes alive on the line drive home run by Dan Johnson. 7-7.
Dan Johnson may be a Ray for life.
Dan Johnson strikes again. A 2-2 pitch, and he got it fair. This time a line drive home run. The Rays score 6 in the 8th, and with 2 outs and a 2-2 count, Johnson hits a pinch hit home run to tie the game in the bottom of the 9th inning. Wow. Stu Sternberg called it improbable. It's now magical. And Johnson has to be pinching himself in the Rays dugout. I mean, this team was going nowhere for 7 innings. They had just 2 hits and no runs, and we're down 7-0. And here we are in the bottom of the 9th. This shot, a pinch hit home run by Dan Johnson, ties the game.
Now, Corey Wade was not good with that changeup all inning. Left that ball up and out over the plate, and Dan Johnson just enough to keep that fair.
Scott Proctor is going to be the new pitcher. The 11th of this ball game for New York. Sean Rodriguez will be the hitter. Proctor and Rodriguez, and the pitch is high. 1 ball and no strikes. Look at the reaction in the Rays dugout. Rodriguez up here with a 1-1 count. Simply unbelievable, this Rays comeback to tie it. And a shot foul. That's out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes. A 6-run 8th, home run in the 9th, and a chopper headed to short. Nunez with a pickup and no play. John Rodriguez has an infield hit. So the Rays have a base runner.
And how many pitches before he goes?
And Desmond Jennings is going to be the hitter. Well, they didn't break the hitless streak in the 8th inning. The 9th inning, an even better time to do it. Desmond 0 for 22. Throw to first, and Rodriguez is back in. There's a strike. Runner at first. Here it is. And it's low. 1 ball, 1 strike. People around the country asking, who are these guys?
Yeah, got it all over my phone. People from all over the country.
The 1-1. There's a strike at the knees. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Tell you what, another slider like that, and Desmond may just end this game.
Oh, Rodriguez just got back in. He was starting to make a move, and Proctor went over there. Sam Holbrook on the call.
Yeah, caught him leaning.
Boy, that was close.
It was close. But Rodriguez going to the back edge of that bag, forces the long tag by Laird. He's able to get back in.
There he goes. Pitch hit on the ground by the mound. Out towards second. Pena's throw is in time, and that retires the side. The Rays come up with a tying run on the pinch hit home run by Dan Johnson. Here it is, the 2-2 pitch lined into the seats. Down the right field line. We've completed 9. This game is tied 7-7. As we go to the 10th inning, extra innings presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Changes for the Rays. Kyle Farnsworth will take over here in the 10th inning. He becomes the 6th Rays pitcher of the night, making his 63rd appearance, 5-1 with 25 saves. Brandon Geyer is in there in right field, becoming the 4th right fielder for the Rays tonight. He goes into the ace spot in the order. Well, Farnsworth came on, picked up the save. He worked the 9th inning last night, worked the 3rd of an inning on Monday. Eric Chavez leads off the 10th. Swinging and missing, strike one. First at bat for Chavez in this game. 0-2. And there is strike 3 called at the knees. Tundra Toyota inside look. Home runs in the 8th and 9th. Longoria got the Rays to within 1. In the 9th inning, Dan Johnson with 2 outs. Homer to right to tie it. Now Posada's on to pinch hit. Swings and misses, strike 1. Posada was the DH in last night's game. He went 0 for 3. And he looks at strike 2. One ball, 2 strikes. Cano started as the DH tonight. Posada hitting in the 10th inning. Swing and a miss. Posada strikes out.
Now the high heat, keep it away. Top part of the strike zone just off the plate, 97 miles an hour. Good luck.
Now Chris Dickerson, his first at bat. The pitch is down, he checks. They picked up play in the bottom of the 7th inning in Baltimore. The Sevy's in the game. 2 balls, no strikes. Boston leading 3-2. Three and 0 the count. 2 outs, base is empty. Dickerson walks on 4 pitches.
You got to think here that 2 outs. Girardi going to send Dickerson. Lobatone behind the plate. You got really nothing to lose in this situation anyway. Try to get a man in scoring position, so Rays are going to have to keep an eye on Dickerson over there at first base.
Brett Gardner's the hitter. over to first, and the runner is back in. Kyle Farnsworth on the hill. Gardner takes it high. 1-0. Tenth inning here at Tropicana Field. The Rays have come back from a 7-0 deficit. Texas has beaten the Angels. So Texas will host the wild card in the first round. Again, Farnsworth keeping a close eye on Dickerson. Back in. Runner goes. Pitch is a strike, and there's no throw. So Dickerson steals his way into scoring position.
Well, you knew that was coming. Lobaton behind the plate, 2 outs. He's going to run. He got a good jump, too. Didn't even draw a throw.
One and one, the count to Gardner. Rays will put him on. So after the steal, the Rays decide they'd rather face Austin Romine than the left-handed bat of Gardner. By the way, the Yankees have used 27 players in this game. The Rays have used 23. So here's Romine with 2 men on and 2 men out. Is a strike on the outside part of the plate. Baltimore batting in the bottom of the 7th inning with runners at first and second and 1 out. Fredo Aceves in the game for Boston after that lengthy rain delay. Fouls it. 2 strikes to count for the New York catcher. Dickerson second, Gardner first, 2 outs, 2 strikes to Romine. Farnsworth delivers. He got it. Strike 3 call. Farnsworth strikes out the side. We'll go to the bottom of the 10th. Tied 7-7. A grand slam as part of that in the second inning, but the Rays started their comeback in the 8th. Evan Longoria's 3-run homer made it 7-6, and with 2 outs and a 2-2 count in the bottom of the 9th, Dan Johnson hit one down the right field line. Get it out of here. That tied the game 7-7. So a 6-run 8th. The home run in the 9th inning. 7-7 ball game. And in the bottom half of the 10th, B.J. Upton's going to lead it off. Upton, Longoria, and Lobaton due up. And the pitch is down around the knees for a strike. BJ connecting off Proctor up in New York. That was on Thursday. Last Thursday, 6 days ago. 1-1 the count. Inside. 2 balls and a strike. Rays have now out-hit New York 8-7 in a tie game. Takes one low. He's up in the count, 3-1.
You saw 4 at-bats, 2 home runs, 3-1 count. Boy, oh boy, you can afford to look for 1 pitch, 1 spot here.
And he walked him. Upton heads to first with a leadoff walk. Going to get Evan Longoria to the plate.
I'll tell you what, you make it tough on yourself. You come in out of the bullpen. You got late in the game, leadoff walks. Rays with another opportunity here. Leadoff man on Evan Longoria coming to the plate. We all know what he did his last time up.
Evan, 30 home runs now. Pitch low and away with a slider. Got 98 runs batted in. What a remarkable comeback from the oblique injury and the slow start.
I like the idea of just ending the season with 100.
Over to first. BJ back in. The Severs got out of the jam for Boston in Baltimore. They're through 7. in a 3-2 ball game with Boston leading. The count on Evan Longoria. That's going to catch the corner. 1-1. Rockner delivers, and a big cut there by Longoria. He fouls it. Takes the count to 1-2. Rockner, the 11th New York pitcher in this game. That's down. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Over to first again, Upton back in. Yeah, the New York plan was to last night get work for Soriano, Robertson, and Rivera. So they don't want to go there. They've used everybody else.
That's all that's left, yeah.
Two now. Longoria hits a high fly ball into right center, and Gardner now just back of Dickerson makes the catch, and Upton still at first. Jose Lobaton will be the hitter. Lobaton. Upton back in. Upton trying to find his way to second. Lobaton fouls the pitch out of play. Damon on deck. A 1-strike count. Off first. And another move over there. He's back in. Nice pickup by Laird on that throw.
He made a nice catch right on the backside of B.J. Upton.
Steele back in the first tonight. in with a lead. Lobatone fouls this one. 0-2. Phillies and Atlanta in the top of the 13th tied. Austin batting in the top of the 8th, leading Baltimore 3-2. And strike 3 is called. Lobatone looking at a fastball. So now with 2 outs, Upton's at first for Johnny Damon.
Well, no doubt about this. This ball right down the middle.
Look at Proctor.
Yeah.
He goes, okay.
Yeah.
Good.
That's it. That ball was middle, working its way in and up.
Jay back in. Damon's 3 of 5 with a home run against Proctor. Bounces one foul. Pitch. Damon swings over that one.
Boy, good curveball there by Proctor. Good 12-6 action on that.
Upton back in at first after the leadoff walk. He's there now with 2 outs. Damon takes it down. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Orioles threw out Marco Scutaro at the plate on a Carl Crawford double. So they're headed into the bottom of the 8th. Boston 3, Baltimore 2. Damon fouls it away. Fastball. Proctor, the last 2 or 3 pitches, has made some pretty good pitches.
Yes, he has. Well, after he got away with that fastball down the middle to Lobatone, that kind of narrowed that focus a little bit.
Upton's going. Pitch swung on and a shot. That's going to be foul. Well, Johnny Damon jumped on a curveball and hooked it just foul. Looked good off the bat for just a second.
Oh, it shot off the bat. You knew it was going to get home run distance. You see, just a little bit quick.
Swing and a miss. Damon out on strikes. And the Rays leave a runner onto the 11th. 7-7. Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Headed into the 11th inning. Yes, they will. They have again tonight, as they have all season. Well, you can't find a better story in baseball than this one.
And how fitting, after working all the way back, and to come out and be down 7 runs going into the 8th inning. Here we are in extras.
Brandon Gomes will be the new pitcher for the Rays. It's their 7th pitcher. The Yankees have used 11. Eduardo Nunez will open the 11th inning, and the first pitch from Gomes will be the 400th pitch of this game. And it's high. 1 ball, no strikes. Gomes worked an inning last night, picked up 2 strikeouts. Jake McGee up in the bullpen for the Rays. Popped up, foul ball. Baton after it, but he'll run out of room. 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes. And a high foul. That's going to be out of play. Price gave up 6, 5 earned. Cruz 1. Ramos, De La Rosa, Peralta, Farnsworth, and now Gomes. Into center. Upton is there. He's got it 1 away. Take a look at what's been going on in Baltimore. Here's that play at the plate on the double by Crawford, backed up by Jones, and Scudero going to be out at the plate. So that keeps it at 1. 3-2. Brandon Laird. Pitch for a strike. Line drive, that's going to hang up, and Jennings is there to make the catch. Laird lines to left. 2 up, 2 down.
Desmond Jennings had a nice beat on that the whole way. Slides down, eyes right behind that glove. Watch the ball all the way in. Nicely done.
And here's Pena. Bounce it back for a strike. Pena got a bat in the 9th inning and struck out. Boston batting at the top of the 9th. It's 3-2. Boston leading Baltimore. Daniel Bard had a 9-pitch 8th. Two strikes to count. The 0-2. Bouncing ball foul. Still a 2-strike count. Braves got the home run from Dan Johnson in the bottom of the 9th to tie it. We're in the top of the 11th. Manu fouls this one out of play the other way. Down and in. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Two and two. Goes through the split into the dirt. It's foul. The count is still 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nunez, fly ball to center. Laird line to left. He struck him out. Fastball up and by him. 1, 2, 3. Zobrist will lead it off for the Rays in the 11th. and the Yankees tied if necessary. Game 163 right here at Tropicana Field will be tomorrow, 4 o'clock, right here. We'll have post-game coverage on Sun Sports immediately following network coverage. Rays tied here 7-7. Boston in the 9th inning batting, leading Baltimore 3-2. And here's Ben Zobrist facing Scott Proctor. Pitch is low to Ben. Proctor has an inning and a third of work. Phillies have taken a 4-3 lead on Atlanta. They're going into the bottom of the 13th. Foul ball. 1-1. A 6-run 8th for the Rays. A home run by Johnson in the 9th to tie it.
Is this happening?
How about all this?
This is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Zobrist out in front. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
I mean, really, going into the bottom of the 8th inning, this team was floating belly up.
Only 2 hits, no runs. Down 7-0. And it's 2-2 to Zobrist.
And one of those hits was off Matanzas' caboose.
That's exactly right. Off his bum, as they say. Two balls, 2 strikes the count. And it's a full count. 3-2 to Zobrist. Three balls, 2 strikes. And Zobrist walks. Leadoff man aboard for the Rays here in the 11th via the walk, as happened in the 10th. Now Casey Kotzman. Casey's been on base 3 times, 2 hits. He was hit by a pitch, and he scored a run. Proctor out of the stretch. Takes it low. A ball, no strikes. Over to first. Ben Zobrist with a walk. Takes his lead. Fly ball toward the line and left. Goldson is there and makes the catch. And Zobrist halfway to second, goes back to first. As close as we can tell, 51 players utilized in this game. I'll check with your scorebook later.
I think I have 24. It's a mess. Trying to focus on the field.
That's it. Brandon Guyer will now come to the plate for the first time in this game. Pitch is upstairs. The Rays have had Shopik, Cole, Johnson, and now Guyer in the 8th spot. There's some production though uphold out of that 8th spot lately. Swing and a miss. It's 1-1. Cole pinch hitting, drew a walk, forced in a run, and then he scored a run, and then Johnson hit the pinch hit home run out of the 8th spot. One and one the count to Brandon Guyer. That's going to be a strike.
Well, there was absolutely nothing you were going to do with that pitch. At the knees, right on the outside corner, maybe even a little bit off. See how it comes back just a little bit. Perfect location by Proctor.
For the first, back in. Zobrist walk to start it. Proctor lines it into center field. There's a base hit. Zobrist advances to second. Well, Guyer got it past Nunez into center on a line. 2 men on with 1 out.
And Nunez going for this ball. You see the pitch. It's going to be up in the zone. Guyer puts a good swing on it. But Nunez gets kind of tied up right there. Gets caught flat-footed. Gets no air. And not a lot of reach on that jump there. That ball's able to get by him.
Gene Monahan coming out to take a look at Proctor, and Proctor says he's all right. Joe Girardi, the Yankee manager, out there with Monahan.
Yeah, it looked like Nunez got caught in between steps there. Didn't really get himself planted to be able to explode up, try to catch that baseball. Regardless, 2 on, 1 out. Rays have a chance to end it.
Sean Rodriguez will be the hitter with Zobrist in scoring position at second. And the pitch is high. 1 ball and no strikes. Foul ball there, and the count is 1-1. Now the Braves lost to the Phillies, and the Cardinals will win the wild card in the National League. Pitch upstairs, 2-1. Cardinals were pretty much given up for dead.
That was 8.5 back on September the 5th. Very similar story to the Rays.
Rays were 9 back.
Yep.
2-1 now. Ooh, and the pitch up a little bit. 2 balls and a strike. Last slider. Flat and up out of the zone. 3-1. Ground ball down to third. Comes up, bobbled. Chavez will step on the bag for the force. So the force play erases Zobrist. 2 men on, 2 men out now.
Now that ball was scorched, but Eric Chavez is a very sure-handed third baseman. He's able to keep that ball in front of him, keep it in play, get the force out. You saw he barely had time to get his feet set. That ball was hit so hard.
So now it's Geyer at second. Rodriguez trailing at first with 2 gone. Desmond Jennings. The pitch is a strike. Desmond drew a walk in the third. That's been it so far. 0 for 5 on the night. And a little pop to the right side. Pena makes the catch, and the Rays leave 2 men. We're through 11. Still 7-7. Rays and the Yankees tied 7-7. In Baltimore, Ryan LaVarnway grounds into a double play to end the Boston threat at the top of the ninth. So they're headed into the bottom of the ninth with Boston leading Baltimore 3-2. Here Brandon Gomes out to the hill to begin the 12th. Greg Golson leads off for New York. Pitch was a strike. They have Chavez and Posada due to follow, and the Rays have Jake McGee up in the bullpen. And James Shields again. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Started to go, but he checked in time. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Left side, and Longoria cannot corral it. Big turn at first by Golson, and he stops there. Evan ranging far to his left. It's going to be an infield hit for Golson.
Now this ball chopped in the hole. Longoria ranging to his left. Does his best, but boy, that ball's way down there. at the dirt, reaching a long way and not really much of a bounce up, right off the thumb.
So there's the infield hit. Leadoff man on for New York. And a pitching change coming. We'll be back in a moment. Plus one man in the 12th. Gave up the infield hit. Jake McGee enters the game to face Eric Chavez.
Jake on for the 37th time. 27 innings of work, 26 strikeouts.
Back in at first. Chavez had an at bat in the 10th inning. Was called out on strikes. Bats again in the 12th. Swings through it. Strike one, a fastball. 8 pitchers now for the Rays. 11 for New York. Jake was in the game last night, pitched 1 inning and gave up a hit. Swing and a miss, nothing in 2. Orioles batting in the bottom of the 9th, down 3-2. 1 out. Reynolds hitting against Papelbon now. Runner goes. The pitch lifted into short center. That's going to drop for a base hit. Over to third goes Golson. Up and gets the ball back into the infield, and Chavez on the 0-2 pitch drops a base hit into center. First and third, no outs.
Well, he doesn't get a lot of it. Golson was on his way to second base and makes a pretty good read here. Sees this ball's going to drop in. That allows him to get over to third base. Just out in no man's land. You see this ball, it's right in front of him though. That's why he can get a good read on it. All the action's happening to his front, and he gets over to third base with nobody out.
Well, here's Posada. Infield up. Posada fouls it. Out of play. That's a strike.
I'll tell you what, if you ever needed a strikeout in your life, this is it. You got to get to 2 strikes first, but got to make some quality pitches. Trying to put this guy away. And Posada, he's just choking down, looking to put the ball in play, hit it hard.
Pitch is up, a fastball, he takes it. Posada 6 out of 64 from the right side this year.
Yeah,
94.
Yep, just kind of squatting down. Just looking to take a short little hack. The infield's pulled in, just trying to put the barrel on the baseball.
And a ground ball to third. And now Golson's going to be tagged. Golson found himself down the line a bit too much. And Longoria took advantage of that mistake and tags him out. Well, the Rays get a big out there.
Now you see Golson coming down the line, breaks. Uh-oh.
Chad Fairchild on the call. One out, first and second.
Boy, heads up there by Longoria.
It's Chris Dickerson. Pitch is foul back. One strike to count. Chris Davis has just doubled with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th for Baltimore. Dickerson takes the pitch for a strike, and it's 0-2. Couple of New York hits in the inning. 2 on, 1 out. And Dickerson is out on strikes. That one in at 98. He wasn't quite sure what to do with that.
Now this ball explodes and it's down in the zone. And you see the little half-hearted swing.
Two away now. Brett Gardner is the hitter. Gardner takes a fastball in there for a strike. Down. 1 ball and a strike. The Rays and the Yankees are in the 12th. Boston and Baltimore in the bottom of the 9th after a lengthy rain delay. Pitch is inside. 2-1. Two on with 2 out. A 2-1 count. And that's going to run it to 3 balls and a strike. Chavez is the runner at second, and Posada trails at first. chop to second. Zobrist makes the throw to first. Rays get out of that jam. No runs, 2 hits, 2 left. Still tied 7-7. Here that Nolan Reimold has tied the game for the Baltimore Orioles. An RBI double, and it's 3-3 in the bottom half of the 9th inning. Here takes Papelbon up the alley into right center field. And the Orioles have tied that game 3-3. Here, Joe Madden's club moves into the bottom of the 12th. It's a 7-7 ball game here. Scott Proctor out here to face Upton. 46 pitches, by the way, for Proctor. DJ fouls it back, strike 1. 7-9-1 for the Rays, 7-9-1 for New York. And they're tied in Baltimore with a runner at second and 2 outs. 1-1 the count. And the Baltimore Orioles have just beaten Boston. They've scored 2 in the bottom of the 9th against Papelbon, and the Orioles beat Boston 4-3
with 2 outs and nobody on. Oh, wow.
The Orioles come from behind and defeat the Boston Red Sox tonight. Upton swings and misses. Well, here it is from Baltimore. Liner into left. Crawford made the throw, but it was too late. Reimold scores the game winner. down. 1 ball, no strikes. Now Evan takes the pitch. At the strike, it's 1-1. That just posted the final here. Baltimore defeating Boston 4-3. There was Evans' 3-run home run in the 8th inning that made it 7-6. Don Johnson's home run tied it, and a swing and a miss. Now 1-2. That's low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. It's foul the other way and out of play.
You know, we've seen Evan do that quite a bit here lately. Have put together some very good at-bats. You know, even right there, a good slider by Proctor. He finds himself starting to chase that pitch and is still able to reach out there and just foul it out and give himself another chance.
2-2 and a line shot down the left field line. That ball is gone, and the Rays win it. A line drive home run by Evan Longoria, and the Rays storm the field. It's an 8-7 final on Longoria's second home run of the night. And moments after, Baltimore comes back to beat the Red Sox. The Rays win it on the home run by Longoria, and there's some celebrating going on here. How about that for a finish?
You have got to be kidding me. Evan Longoria coming up huge, a 3-run homer in the 8th, and then how about that, an absolute bullet right down the left field line to win it.
Rays win the American League wild card in dramatic fashion on the line drive home run down the left field line off the bat of Evan Longoria. And the Rays, boy, what a night this was. They had to come back from a 7-run deficit. They scored 6 in the 8th, 1 in the 9th, and the big one in the 12th on Longoria's 31st home run of the year. This comeback by the Rays, improbable to be sure. Magical to be certain. And the Rays head to the postseason. They're the wild card team. Of course they're the wild card team.
They'd be have it no other way.
Absolutely.
I mean, you talk about the Joker in the deck.
Well, when they left spring training, not many people gave them a shot to do this. Here it is.
Evan Longoria pulling those hands in, a ball running up and in. Dan Johnson down the right field line to tie it. Evan Longoria down the left field line to win it.
He knew it. See his reaction in the dugout. Kelly Shoppick leading the charge. And Longoria about to take the plunge right there. 8-7. Rays win it in dramatic style. Right now, let's go to the field and Todd Callis.
Can you stop laughing right now?
I can barely breathe, to be honest with you. I mean, it doesn't even seem real. I mean, we get a huge homer from Dan Johnson again. You know, the same guy that did it in 08 for us when we got our backs against the wall. And, I mean, we got huge momentum. After we tie that game up in the ninth, you know, everybody in the dugout is believing. It's incredible.
How about the eighth? You get 6 runs, you cap it off with that 3-run shot.
I can't even think about it right now. I mean, seriously, it doesn't even seem real. I mean, all these fans stuck around. It's midnight, you know what I mean? It's crazy.
What about, and you're at bat, did you hear the crowd go crazy when the Baltimore score was posted?
I was actually on deck, and, I mean, really just trying to focus on the at-bat. I mean, it's getting crazy in here for no reason. I'm like, you know, they had to have lost. But I'm not even thinking about hitting a home run right there.
What does it say about this team? 9 games back in September, 7 runs down in the 8th inning, 2 strikes, 2 outs in the 9th inning.
It says a lot about having fun. You know what I mean? This group has been the same way the whole year. And, man, I can't wait to celebrate. It's been an unbelievable ride.
As you talk to us now, has it hit you that you're in the playoffs right this second?
No, I can't believe it. I really cannot believe it. I mean, I wanted to be popping champagne tonight, but I never imagined it'd be this way.
Go pop some champagne.
Man, thank you.
Guys, back to you. We'll get some more interviews here in a second.
All right, Todd. Thank you very much. Evan Longoria hit the 2-2 pitch out of here. Right down the line to give the Rays the victory and the ticket into the postseason. Why not have a game like this to enter the postseason? The Rays fell behind by a run in the first, 4 for New York in the second inning to make it 5-0, and by the 5th inning the Rays were down 7-0. But they put 6 up in the 8th, and it was Longoria's home run, a 3-run shot in the 8th that made it 7-6. Dan Johnson worked his magic with a 2-out pinch hit home run in the 9th inning. And then right back into extra innings, and Evan Longoria, who finally decides this thing. Let's go back down to Todd Callis.
Johnny Damon, 8th postseason appearance. You've had 1 with the A's, 3 with the Yankees, 3 with the Red Sox, and your first one with the team that you live closest to. How's this one feel?
This is amazing. I mean, our fans came out these during the season through some rough times, and this game really happened. You know, our game being down 7 in the 8th, Dan Johnson getting the homer, Boston losing there in the 9th, and Longo. I mean, what a second half for him. You know, he was a little banged up early on, but I mean, this is really incredible, and I'm glad I get to go to the playoffs with my hometown team, and I'm very excited. And we got pitching and we got defense. We'll put up a few runs in the postseason, and we'll see what happens.
You getting a little emotional? Is this a big moment for you?
This is incredible. I mean, I came to Tampa Bay this year knowing there was a good team, and with all the big losses the team had for the past year, and for us to battle, especially being down so far, especially to the Red Sox, 11 and a half games, to come back like this, it's incredible. And hopefully we drew a lot of baseball interest here in the St. Pete, Tampa area, Central Florida, and you know, let's keep winning.
Johnny, thanks. Guys, we're going to stay right here. Dan Johnson's Jimmy Daly. We're going to try and get a camera over here. We're going to stay right here. Dan Johnson, you did it again. I didn't think you could trump the homer off Jonathan Papelbon 3 years ago, but you did it.
Oh, it was unbelievable feeling. I wish I could have this feeling every time I walk up to the plate, where I just get that real comfort area and I just go with it. And, you know, I ended up getting a pitch to hit and kept it fair.
When you go up there, one thought in mind, I know it's hard to try and hit a home run.
Yeah, I can tell you right now, I was not thinking that. I was thinking any way on base. And, you know, I've never faced Corey Wade, and I was out looking for a good pitch to hit and ended up getting it.
Now down in the count. You get it to 2-2, 2-2. We're seeing it right now. What did you get there?
Oh, I mean, I wasn't thinking anything. I was just, get a good pitch, try to get on base. We're down to our last out, like last strike of the year, and we have no idea what's going to happen with the Boston game, so we just kept going and grinding it out. And it happened!
I think your last at bat prior to that, you were clean shaven. It's been a while since you've been in the batter's box and had come through in that situation. What about the runs in the 8th, giving you a chance there in the 9th? I know you've got some.
Yeah, I can hardly see right now. The runs in the 8th were the big ones. That's the ones that really lifted us up and gave us that confidence that we could do it. And then we were able to capitalize on our opportunity.
We just need the biggest moments ever, right, to hit these home runs?
I guess. Yeah, I guess. I'm going to keep it a trend. Keep it going.
Congratulations, DJ.
Thank you.
All right, guys, back to you.
All right, Todd, thank you very much. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, but the San Francisco Giants beat the San Diego Padres on the last day in game 162 last year to get into the postseason. You know what happened to them? They won it all. There's partying going on in the Rays clubhouse. The disco ball in full illumination. The Rays in full illumination. As a result of this line drive home run in the 12th inning off the bat of Evan Longoria. Rays win at 8-7 and 12. They're the wild card team headed into the postseason. For Brian Anderson and Todd Callens, Dwayne Stats, great to have you with us all season long. We'll see you next on Rays Live, the postgame.